Morning. Good morning to our online participants. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to do a very quick check with our online speakers who are joining in this morning. I see Alfiretti. Can I ask you just to say a few sentences, one sentence, just to check your microphone?
Good morning, beloved Naka. I hope I'm coming across loud and clear.
Thank you, Alfiretti Vinaka. Do we have Tanya Haranihau? Tanya? Okay. Semi Lotawa? And Vinaka Semi. Thank you, coming across clearly.
Sama bakar. Maybe mama nga naman rin.
Fred Dixon. Fred.
Suka nga maybe mama.
Okay. Do we have Dr. Sivan McDonald? Mr. Sivan McDonald? No? Okay. Thank you to our online speakers for doing the mic check, and we will begin shortly with the program. Vinaka.
One question. I emailed my PowerPoint. Can I try to share the screen just to make sure that it works perfect?
Sure, happy to do that. You should be able to share screen.
I'm going to give it a try. So this is it. How does that come?
Yes, coming through clearly.
Okay. So I'll just share my screen and then do it from here. Okay. Naka.
Okay. Nakasemi.
So how do I unshare? Wait a minute. Stop share.
Just check. Good morning to our online speakers. Can I just get someone online? Mic check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Yeah.
Please allow me a few minutes to go over the housekeeping announcement. But just very quickly, I just want to advise by the administrators of for those of us who are here, the administrators of our venue providers, please the owner of registration of the vehicle, registration number FY677. If you could please move your vehicle down to the first parking lot. If you could please do that. The ones up here are assigned for their those who are working already in this building and their heads of administration. So again, the owner, if you're here, of vehicle registration number FY677, we ask if you can please move your vehicle down to the first parking lot. For those of you who have already registered, just a key note for all of us. I hope that you've had a look at the form, and one very important point there is with regards to your authority that's required for photographs. So if you're not comfortable with us taking your photographs or using your photographs at any point during our gathering here over the 2 days or even after, please do indicate that on the registration form. Again, please, on the registration form, we need your authority to be able to take your pictures here today and to use that in promotion of our summit. So if you're not comfortable with that, that's fine. Please just indicate that on the registration form. We ask that you please check your mobile devices or switch your mobile devices to silent or vibrate mode at this time. Also, from the administrators of the building, there's a water dispenser that's located just outside of Talanoa 3 and 4, or just outside our main room to the right of the elevator. Restrooms outside of Talanoa room 3 and 4 also, that's located on the left side. The restroom has the female, male, and also disabled rooms if required. The elevator, of course, ladies and gentlemen, can only take 3 people at a time. There's a staircase outside the Talanoa 3 and 4 on the right hand side is a door leading to the staircase to the ground level. That staircase, you can't miss it, just outside here to your left, just before you go to Talanoa 3 and 4, on your left, there's a passageway. So you open that door, you'll get to the washrooms. A little past that, you'll get to the emergency exit, right? So it's just down the same corridor. Ground level is the cafeteria where morning tea, lunch, and afternoon tea will be served. And the receptionist is available for any directions if required. And all clients are required to utilize the lower car park. As mentioned, the upper car park is already reserved. In case of an emergency, please don't panic. Allow me as the MC to lead the way out to the main emergency assembly area. I'm only joking, we'll go out together. But again, the emergency exit, again, to your left, past the elevator, across the corridor, you can't miss it, down the stairs. If we're okay to get started, I'd like to thank you sincerely for your attention. I do apologize. Woke up this morning and the voice, I'm not too sure what happened to my voice. My husband credits too much talking, might be the reason for why I've lost my voice this morning, but I hope you can all hear me. I hope those who are joining us online can hear me as well. Our keynote speaker, the Honorable Seve Painu, Tuvalu Minister of Finance and high-level political champion for loss and damage, the Honorable Governor Lou Leon Guerrero, Governor of Guam, His Excellency Sanaka Samarasina, the UN Resident Coordinator for UN Pacific, Liliana Inga, Pringo Alliance Pacific Youth Council, the Honorable Members of Government who may be joining us this morning, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Your Excellencies, heads of international, regional, and national institutions and agencies, stakeholders, partners, climate warriors, members of the media, colleagues, and friends present here and those joining us online. Warm Pacific greetings to all of you. I'm Michelle, and I have this greatest pleasure to be able to MC the opening session of the second 2021 Pacific Climate Justice Summit. Today, we bring together a wide range of key actors from grassroots communities, national governments, civil society, faith communities, and development partners with a primary objective of elevating the voices and issues of frontline Pacific climate affected communities and groups. We commence our formalities, ladies and gentlemen, with an opening prayer. This is led the Pacific Conference of Churches. I draw your attention to the screen.
Nisayan Ravinaka. Today is a special day in our calendar, as we mark the end of the season of creation. In 2015, the second encyclical of Pope Francis titled Laudato Si was released, calling on a swift and a global action on climate change. So that was just a brief introduction before we play our video as we start our devotion for this morning. Thank you.
Foyaxia. Thank you so much to the Pacific Conference of Churches for the blessing of our gathering. Colleagues, we'll get straight into our formalities, our speeches this morning, with all our speakers already present. It is my humble pleasure to introduce our first speaker. The Honorable Lourdes Leon Guerrero is the 9th Governor of Guam and the first female governor of the territory. She is also a registered nurse, a graduate of the Academy of Our Lady of Guam, and later a Masters of Public Health graduate from UCLA. She's also a businesswoman, a policymaker, a mother, and a grandmother. In 1994, the people of Guam elected Governor Leon Guerrero to the first of 5 terms in the Guam legislature as a senator, where she served as majority leader and chair of the Committee on Rules and the Committee on Health. In 2005, Governor Leon Guerrero assumed the helm of the Bank of Guam as its new CEO and president. Governor Leon Guerrero has also served on the boards of many civic organizations. She is a founding member, past board member, and past president of the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together for the Honorable Governor Leon Guerrero? For the Honorable Governor Leon Guerrero. 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 For the Honorable Governor Leon Guerrero.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michelle. I don't know if you can hear me. I was hearing a lot of echoes.
The echo still persists.
Should I try again?
Governor, feel
Michelle,
free-
should I continue? I think it's better now. Can you hear me? Okay. All right. I know in these virtual conferences, there's a lot of technical difficulties. So like our regular and our normal Pacific Islanders, we will just be flexible and adjust and be patient. I will go on and start off by saying a half a day to all of you participants in this very important Pacific climate session. And Michelle, I cannot hear you.
That's okay. That's okay.
That's
Governor,
okay. That's
Governor,
okay.
Governor,
That's
Governor,
okay. That's
Governor,
okay.
Governor,
That's
Governor,
okay. That's
Governor,
okay.
to try to address our technical issues, and we will move to our next speaker. And if everything's all right by then, we can come back to you. I hope that's okay.
That's fine.
All right, we'll get
All
our
right, we'll
technical
get our
team on our
technical
team
team
and ladies and gentlemen. Our next speaker, His Excellency Sanaka Samarasina, commenced his appointment as the UN Resident Coordinator based in the Fiji Multi-Country Office in 2018. He is the RC to Fiji, Solomon Islands, Tonga, Tuvalu, and Vanuatu. He served He served in various offices in the UN and UNDP. Before joining the UN, he worked in the legal profession and in journalism with government, civil society, and the private sector in several different countries, including the USA, South Africa, and India. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency.
Good morning. Thank you, Michelle. That was a rather long description. I'm not entirely sure I'm worthy of that, but it certainly woke me up. It's like, oh boy, I've lived a little while, haven't I, on this planet? The problem is I'm not quite sure how long this planet is going to live. And that really is why we're here, isn't it? My colleague Mozim very eagerly put together some talking points yesterday or evening. We had a discussion, and he decided to change it, and he did a good job. But about midnight, he sent me another note, so I have it here. And I think that in some ways is what I want to talk about, is how we understand the problem of climate justice. So first of all, let me get through the acknowledgements and appreciations and say thank you to the organizers for inviting me here this morning. I think inviting the old you young people have a discussion is necessary only because we are essentially responsible for what we are handing to you. And so you have to hold us accountable, ask us what we're doing, not just ask us to tell you what we think. So this really should be a conversation rather than me speaking at you. I will try to keep it brief, therefore. Governor, it's a pleasure to hear you, although not very clearly. I look forward to hearing more from you a little bit later on. My friend, Minister of Finance from Tuvalu, glad you could be here with us in person. Of course, an appreciation to the Pacific Youth Council. My friend Brian, I think, might join us later from the British High Commission, my colleagues from the UN, representatives from governments and civil society, of course, most importantly, the youth of the Pacific. Very good morning to you. As we commence this two-day summit, I will go through some of the notes that I have in front of me, but I will go off script and put some provocative thoughts on the table to be considered. There's no reason for me to go into the impact of climate change. You are feeling it every day here in the Pacific. But as we understand climate justice, what does it actually mean? The UN Secretary General recently talked about, and he doesn't mince his words. Some of you may have had had the chance to meet him in person. He was here both in Fiji and Tuvalu. He went to Vanuatu back in 2019. But one of the things he recently said very publicly is that polluters must pay for the escalating damage caused by them. We have heat waves, floods, droughts, and other climate impacts. He demanded that fossil fuel producers, investors, and enablers should be put on. Is that? Well, whilst the world suffers, and we see now already 2 days ago, whilst all of that happens, Tuvalu and Marshall Islands and Kiribati and Tokelau here continue to face, along with the Maldives, as the lowest low-lying coral atoll countries in the world, sea level rising. Exxon announced it had made a record quarterly profit of 17.8 billion. Chevron unveiled its own 3-month record profit of 11.6 billion, and BP made an 8.5 billion profit in the same period. So we keep talking about the fact that the planet is dying, but these polluters are making big bucks. And who's paying for it? At both ends, we are, meaning the people who are buying their oil, as well as those of us who are facing the impact of climate change. So you got to ask yourselves, what do we need to do differently if we want them to do something differently? The Pacific, of course, is at the front lines of this battle, and we're still yet to see those promises made by the countries where these polluters reside and make money. The landmark Paris Agreement promised $100 billion per year in climate finance to help developing countries face the injustices from climate change. But 7 years later, that money is still to come. The global response is really lukewarm. And we all know if it doesn't happen here and now, then it'll probably be too late for us and future generations. No doubt the fossil fuel industry is killing us, and we really need to find a way to hold them to account. The G20 countries, whose emissions are collectively responsible for 80% of global emissions, need to be held to account. Now, just to give you a few stats in terms of impact, we know it in terms of our own experience, but to see it in the bigger picture, the UN estimates that annual economic losses due to disasters in the Pacific, climate-induced disasters, are more than double the previous estimates at $1.075 billion US, or nearly 5% of the combined GDP of Pacific Island countries. Some Pacific countries are at risk of losing on average more than 10% of their GDP annually due to climate-induced disasters. Of course, we know that Winston wiped out almost 40% of GDP here in Fiji, and countries like Tonga, in fact, had 20 to 30% of its GDP wiped out every 2 years the past 6 years. And again, like I mentioned, countries like Tuvalu and Minister is best placed to tell us, with sea levels rising, the impact it has had on the economies of that country and others like it. Now, one of the challenges, I think, for us is when we talk about climate justice, to really understand the concept. We have not, we know climate change, and then we say, okay, so in response to climate change, we need to do certain things. This mitigation is a word that we've had in our vocabulary for a while. Adaptation is a word we have had in our vocabulary for a while. Climate finance is increasingly be part of the conversation. But climate justice, in a sense, is somewhat of a new concept. And I'm really glad, as having being and at heart still am a human rights lawyer and a journalist, I'm really glad that finally it's being framed as an issue of injustice. And why injustice? Because climate change is not caused equally by everyone, and the impact of climate change is not felt equally by everyone. As the Secretary General once said, if you say we are in the same boat, well, we may be on a boat, except you're on a cruise ship, and some of these other folks are barely clinging on to a dinghy that's sinking. So it's not the same boat. Now, what does that actually mean in terms of finding a way to address the injustice? So one of the things that happened recently at a global level was that the United Nations passed a resolution on climate justice. The resolution calls on establishes the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a human right. And the General Assembly called on states and international organizations, businesses, and other stakeholders to scale up efforts to ensure a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment for all. This is you might think, oh, well, it's just another resolution. And it sounds a bit lukewarm, calls on states to increase their actions and so on. But it is noteworthy for a couple of reasons. One, it was passed by a record vote of 161 out of 193 countries in the UN. And just a handful actually voted against it, some abstained. None voted against it, 8 abstained. Not quite sure what happened with the others. Math not very good here. But nevertheless, it is the first time that the UN General Assembly recognized the right to a clean environment as a human right. And we must make the most of this, dear friends. Now, there are different ways to do it. Vanuatu is pursuing climate justice through an opinion that they're seeking from the International Court of Justice. We hope in some way, the Pacific Island countries, the Pacific Island leaders committed to banding together to support that cause when they met here earlier in July. We hope that the Pacific Island countries, along with others in the UN, will get the number of votes that is required to seek that opinion from the International Court of Justice. It's work in progress. But in the meantime, we need to use domestic legislation. We need to use regional organizations. We need to use local legislation. So pester your representatives, wherever they might be, to hold these polluters accountable, to hold those who are responsible for the impacts that we are feeling every day accountable. The second thing I want, so that's accountability. Explore different ways in which we can hold polluters accountable at different levels, from global to local. The second thing I want to emphasize is understanding the impact of climate change on different people, even amongst us, those with disabilities, young children, the elderly, those living in maritime zones, those living in particularly vulnerable parts of our own country. You know, even when we say, oh, well, Pacific Islands are on the front lines of climate change, there are those within the Pacific Islands who are less able to cope with the changes that take place. Those who will have to leave their homes forever. Those who might lose their homes forever. One of the issues that we've been discussing with Tuvalu and other countries is what happens to a country like Tuvalu if it disappears. What happens in the meantime when some of the islands disappear? The law of the sea, for example, does not, in its current form, take into account the loss of islands. And so what happens to your maritime boundaries, your economic, your extended economic zones? Those things need to be addressed legally. All of that is being done internationally. But the question then to ask ourselves is what happens to the communities, the people who live in the communities who are impacted every day? If you just go down the road over here, and some of you may have done that, to the informal settlement around Lamy, you will see that practically every day, those folks there see the tide coming in. And the last time I went there last month, they said to me, you know, just a few years ago, the water was over there, but now it's over here. And so they've, you know, put rubber tires and some rocks and they tried to keep the water at bay. It's not going to work. And these are people who already moved from one place to another, and they're probably going to have to move again. So be sensitive to the needs of people, even within your own communities. Fight for their rights, because we have now agreed that we have a human right to a clean, healthy, and safe environment. At the end of the day, my dear friends, what people need to understand is if the existing system does not provide a way to, for people who feel injustice to get justice, they will find other ways. And what is the other way? We all know that happens all the time. It's conflict. When people are displaced, when other people are impacted by the displacement, when people feel a sense of frustration because they can't feed their children, they don't have a safe house for their families, when people don't have jobs, when people don't have countries to live in, what happens? Conflict. So those people who may not be affected by climate change as much as you and I every day may circle their wagons and think that they're safe, but they're not. It's not only climate change, but all of the cascading impacts of climate change, including conflict, will begin to rise very severely over the coming months and years. And so in some ways, I would say to you, as we fight for climate justice and hold them to account, we need to also make them realize that if they don't fight for climate justice, it will be too late for them as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for your very powerful, passionate words and for sharing some of the realities that you yourself have observed. Ladies and gentlemen, please, another big round of applause. Before I invite Governor Guerrero to deliver her speech, I just want to kindly request those of you who may be on the Zoom call in this room, if you could just ensure that you've muted yourself. Right, if we could just have a quick look and just ensure that if you're on this Zoom call as well, if you've muted yourself before I invite her to deliver her address. Governor, can you hear me? Her
Yes,
address.
can, Michelle.
Governor, can you hear me? Her address. Governor, can you hear me? Her address.
Yes, I can hear you. Shall I start? Okay. Half a day and good morning from Guam. I would rather be there with you in person, but unfortunately I was not able to attend because I was in Washington, D.C., where I met a lot of your Pacific Island leaders, prime ministers, and talked very, very succinctly about climate change. What became clear at the outset was that the United States has realized the importance of supporting Pacific democracies and helping them to grow strong so that they can make their own decisions and strengthen their abilities to tackle the complex challenges before them. The issues of climate change were brought up by every Pacific leader in attendance, with many leaders offering recommendations of what the United States could do to help small island developing states deal with the rising seas and altered weather patterns that result in droughts, and typhoons or cyclones that leave islanders vulnerable to food and water insecurity. One point that was raised by the Pacific and was very clearly also mentioned by Mr. Samarishna is climate justice. Although they didn't put it in that word, but they did say that the Pacific is how unfair it is that Pacific governments are forced to turn to countries that have not curbed their emissions for crippling loan terms to combat the effects of climate change that they are causing. It is very clear at that the emissions made by some countries that are not part or not complying to the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement, as you know, had set a goal that was the goal that was set by all the Pacific Islanders at that time. And the goal, of course, is to cap it an increase in temperature at 1.5 degrees. Climate justice could also include loans to SIDS of 50 to 100 years with zero interest, suggested one PIF leader. Another suggested that the US could help SIDS to refinance our excessive debt burden and release us of the resultant political obligations we have incurred. From talking and listening to many of the Pacific Island leaders in attendance, it was clear that we want to grow our own economies and create jobs and business opportunities that can help turn the corner on why so many of our people has left our islands for larger countries. To combat climate change, we need technology. We need financial expertise. We need trained workers, new businesses, if we are to secure climate change funds and implement the mitigation and adaptation projects that will allow our islanders to flourish at home. Climate justice probably takes on so many forms. I often think of the hardship of women on remote atoll islands and the daily challenge they face to give their loved ones safe drinking water, from picking coconuts to boiling brackish water. The solution lies in how to bust through the climate change hurdles to get solar-powered reverse osmosis systems to atolls to turn salt water into fresh water. I am often driven in my endeavors by the plight of women and the burdens they must bear for their families. I can assure you that the Pacific leaders have figured out our strength is when we link arms and tackle the tough issues facing us together. I have committed Guam to partnering with all of our Pacific leaders in the PIF and bringing about climate justice in the Pacific. Your Prime Minister Frank Bainimarama, was there. And Prime Minister Bainimarama spoke very clearly and very strongly about economics, about people-centered development, about fast and urgent tasks. He also welcomed the United States back to the Paris Agreement and the support of the United States in funding the $100 billion that was originally decided on in that forum. And the United States has committed to making that money happen. It was a very productive meeting. I am also very honored to have been part of it and met and able to network with most of your Pacific Island leaders. Before I close, I just want to say, it is very important that we, the Northern Pacific, the Southern Pacific, come together in a united voice, because with a united voice and a clear strategy and a clear plan of action, together, the attention will be made and big countries will listen very, very loudly for us. I applaud this Pacific Justice Conference, and I thank Olai for inviting me. And again, I wish that I would have been there with you my brothers and sisters of the Pacific Islands and Guam will certainly be a very strong participant in our whole plight of climate change. Thank you very much, Michelle, and thank you all the leaders, the nonprofit organizations, religious leaders, our youth, because I'll tell you, government cannot do it alone. We need to work together, wrap our arms around each other, and move forward in one united strength and one united voice. Si Diyos maasi.
Inspiring and very powerful. Really setting the tone, of course, followed by His Excellency's earlier address. As it's very clear, we're outlining what we need. We know what we need. We're outlining the various tools and resources that we have. So the next 2 days is really going to be bringing these parts together and see how we can work together to better support the work that we're doing individually. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my humble duty to introduce our keynote speaker, the Honorable Seve Painu, who is the Tuvalu Minister of Finance. He's a development economist by training and profession. He holds a Bachelor of Commerce degree and Masters in Economics. He has over 20 years of experience across the Pacific region on public policy, national sustainable development, planning, and public financial management. He has served as the Chief Executive Officer of the Finance Ministry in Tuvalu and Nauru. He was the Tuvalu High Commissioner to Fiji, the Sustainable Development Advisor at SPREP, and more recently, the Chief Executive and Head of the Pacific Regional Oceania Customs Organization. In his current portfolio as Minister of Finance, he's also the Minister responsible for climate change. And as such, he has been appointed the Pacific Political Climate Champion for Loss and Damage since 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our keynote speaker to address us. I warmly welcome him to come forward and take the microphone, the Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Vinaka, Michelle, Talofa, and good morning, friends. I was so delighted to accept the invitation to address you this morning, knowing the subject matter and the focus of your deliberations over the next couple of days. Climate justice is very close to our hearts, especially coming from atoll nation Tuvalu. We are not only at the front lines of climate change, we are actually living it on a daily basis. We are constantly being challenged by the impact of climate change and particularly sea level rise. I'm also thankful about the sequencing of our speakers this morning, following the eloquent presentation by the UN Resident Coordinator, Sanaka, which will explain some of the realities and some of the practical measures that Tuvalu is addressing and hoping to promote at the regional and international level that put some perspective to some of the issues that Sanaka has spoken about. I think first and foremost, as Sanaka has alluded to, it is our founding legislation, the Constitution. We are now reviewing our Constitution and making climate change the heart of it. There are two pillars in our Constitution. We are embracing climate change, climate justice, in terms of the polluter pay principle, and also in terms of as a clean environment, as a right to clean environment. So those are two tenets within our preamble of the Constitution that we're making sure that it is entrenched, and also in terms of our maritime boundaries. So this has led us to promote within the region and in this year's Pacific Islands Forum leaders based on the Tuvalu proposal to declare and preserve our maritime boundaries. There has been an agreement by Pacific Island Forum leaders to maintain their maritime boundaries and territories in light of the sea level rising and the impacts of climate change. Our first initiative is in terms of establishing a commission of small island states on climate change and international law. This commission was established together with the Antigua and Barbuda government and was launched in Glasgow, COP27 last year. The aim of the commission is complementary to the initiative by Vanuatu that has been mentioned, is to obtain an advisory opinion under the International Tribunal on the UNCLOS, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, to bring it up into the International Court of Justice, so that the polluting countries and companies ought to be responsible to compensate countries that have been affected. So we've had a number of countries signed up in the region and across the globe on this commission. We have a set of international panel of legal experts working within our commission to ensure that we achieve our aim to get this issue up to the International Court of Justice, as with in complementary to the initiative by the Vanuatu government. In Tuvalu, we have no other option. In order to save Tuvalu from the impact of climate change and sea level rise, there's only one option, is to build up. So reclaim land and build it up. So we have a current project funded by the Green Climate Fund and implemented through the support of UNDP that looks at piloting a land reclamation on the main capital island, Funafuti. We have a longer term adaptation vision to expand that project to enable a bigger size land reclamation to protect Tuvalu from sea level rising, from the impact of sea level rise. That would certainly require a huge investment of resources. We will develop a finance mobilization strategy that would target not only the conventional means of climate finance, but also unconventional methods of financing and looking at philanthropy and donations and endowments, apart from private sector financing. So this is quite a huge exercise that we are launching into, and we would like to invite partners to work with Tuvalu to realize that goal, to enable us to be saved, Tuvalu to be saved from the impact of sea level rising. Apart from the initiative of the Commission of Small Island States, we also have a parallel initiative called the Rising Nations Initiative. So this is in the event that the entire country is wiped out. So we would like to preserve and maintain our sovereignty, preserve and maintain our rich cultural heritage, and work with partners and countries to ensure we achieve those goals. So the Rising Nations Initiative has been launched by our Prime Minister last week in the margins of the UN General Assembly. And we will be working furiously over the next several months on advocating for that. Part of that advocacy is to enable Tuvalu, the whole entire country, to be designated as a cultural heritage under the UNESCO Convention on Cultural Heritage. So this is also a unique aspiration that Tuvalu has to designate the entire country under the UNESCO Convention on Cultural Heritage to preserve our rich culture and our heritage. So this is all part of the advocacy under the Rising Nations initiative that would require the support of a number of countries across the globe. So I think that in a nutshell, the sort of initiatives that Tuvalu is currently working on, and just reaffirming some of the points that we've heard from Sanaka, that we need to ensure that our founding legislation, our constitution, embraces climate change and climate justice, and then work with our within the forum and within the larger global community to advocate for those issues. I think finally, the work we are doing within the convention itself, and in particular my role as the political climate champion for the Pacific on loss and damage. Our intent is to build into the COP agreements and COP decisions a dedicated financing facility for loss and damage. We managed to get into the cover decision of the Glasgow Compact Agreement, the outcome document from Glasgow last year, a reference to having a dialogue on funding arrangements for loss and damage. We wanted a more specific language concerning establishment of a dedicated financing facility for loss and damage in the COP outcomes document. And that's our aim for the COP27 coming up in a couple of months' time. In order for us to achieve that, it would require a lot of support among countries. We need to be very clear and specific on the funding modality, the funding mechanism, whether it is a GCF-like model, whether it's a trust fund type, or some other form of financing mechanism. We need to be very clear on what we wanted. We need to well justify that funding modality, that funding model, in order to get the support across the parties of the convention. We need to work within our individual subgroupings, within the AOSIS, within our ambassadors in New York, the Pacific SIDS ambassadors in New York, and within the hierarchy of the UN structure, the G77 and plus China, the LDC grouping, the Africa group, ensure that they all come on board in order for us to achieve that objective, to get a specific language into the COP27 on the establishment of a dedicated financing facility for loss and damage. So friends, that's what Tuvalu has been doing, and is very passionate about this particular issue. And we hoping that we all work together as a Pacific family to be able to achieve those goals. Thank you so much.
Binaka Honorable Minister Painu, for really sharing the realities that you're facing. And we're, I think each of our countries right across the region, ladies and gentlemen, we're all going through our own journeys, and today's summit today and tomorrow is also another step in the right direction by bringing all of us together. And I think that's what we love so much about the Pacific. So can we please give the Honorable Minister another big round of applause? Thank you so much, sir. We've heard, you know, really, if we look at how we discuss climate, we've heard at national level, we've heard at international and regional levels, and the decisions along those levels. It was only right that we included our next speaker today to really hear from the advocacy. And I'm, you know, a dear friend, of course, met so many times. Unfortunately, we always meet when we're having meetings like this, you know, but I think this is where it really happens. We have our final speaker today, ladies and gentlemen, who's currently serving as a volunteer coordinator of the Pacific Youth Council. She's an economist and statistics graduate of Oita University in Japan, and has worked over the years in government, private sector, and within the CSO development space. Most of us know her as Inga, as a ardent youth worker, but her bread and butter job is through her consultancy roles on projects targeting development, aid effectiveness, green economy, agriculture, biodiversity, and youth development. However, her most treasured role is of an aunt and guardian to her nieces and nephew. It is this role that continues to ignite her passion to serve her community and contribute towards building a stable future. I could not have said it any better. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome our final speaker today from the Pringo Alliance Pacific Youth Council. We welcome Miliana Inga.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Michelle, for the very detailed description, and warm Pacific greetings to each of you this wonderful morning. It's quite a daunting task being the final speaker and also the youngest from the panelists that have spoken before me. And when I was being called to represent the Pacific Youth Council and the Pringo Alliance, I had actually informed the Pringo Alliance, Piango, Siale, and her team at Piango. I had informed them that I felt like I had not done enough in this space. And I told Siale that I don't think I have done enough for climate justice and have done enough work around climate action, even as a youth worker. However, I look across the room today and I see a lot of young people, and we have hope. And just listening to the speakers before me, the esteemed speakers before me, the elders, and how they have also reminded us of the hope that they have for a future that we are called to be custodians of and stewards of. Firstly, I would also like to pay my respects to the Pacific climate warriors, those in the room today. Thank you so much for the work that you do. Not only from me, but from your Pacific Youth Council. I asked myself this morning, climate justice for who and by whom? That was the question that I asked myself this morning. I always use my nephews and my nieces as a yardstick to measure how effective my work is. They see me leaving the house every morning, and sometimes I leave for weeks, traveling to do voluntary stuff around the country. Sometimes I take them to mangrove planting activities. I've taken them to the foreshore cleanup, and coming back home, I've had to explain to them that the reasons behind what we're doing, the reasons behind the midnight Zooms, the reasons we are so passionate about the work that we are called to do. And we're passionate about this work because it's about our survival. It's about our existence, and it's about a future that we can call a future for us, a stable future, not only for us, but for our kids and the generations to come. And the dominant narrative of climate change has become climate change adaptation and risk reduction. For us as civil society, as climate change advocates, activists, I'm a passive activist. For the most part, we've had to frame our participation in climate change response within the narrative of adaptation. As we gather here in Suva, Fiji, and virtually across the region, we have to ask ourselves, how far are we willing to go to get the justice that we seek? To get an equal playing field during climate negotiation talks, to get an equal playing field even when we are included with Asia. Often in global negotiation talks, they say Asia Pacific, and I feel, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really like it when it's tagged that way. So to get an equal playing field during climate finance talks, the 100 billion that's being discussed and discussed over again. And our Pacific leaders had discussed that with the US last week. To draw meaningful attention to countless campaigns that we've done around our plight to keep our homes, to live, swim or sink, and basically to exist. So are our actions enough? We've done our best, and I wouldn't really say that that would be the best that we have done. There's still a lot of work to be done around policies, around our national adaptation plans, regional adaptation plans. So again, I echo the need for solidarity and the need for that one Pacific voice if we are to really elevate and really try and get the global traction that we need when it comes to climate justice and climate action. It's time for the UNFCCC to recognize the new climate reality. And for those of you that will be going to COP27 next month, our call is to agree to set up a new funding facility to address loss and damage specifically. We call for justice because the current crisis is no longer fueled by ignorance, but by willful greed. Climate justice is the assumption that there is nothing normal about the environment that we. So to answer that question during this, for who and by whom? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those very, very powerful words. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give Liliana another big round of applause, leaving us with so much to think about as we move forward through the summit. We near the conclusion of this opening ceremony, and to all those who are joining us online, following the end of this part of the program, we will take a short break, and then we will return for the first plenary session themed Loss and Damage in the Pacific Community. In the Pacific, community demands for justice. And we do hope that you will still stay with us, stay online. You can take a quick break, grab a coffee or a drink, and stay with us when Mr. Sivendra Michael and his distinguished panel will talk to this very topic. So that'll be coming up in just a moment. Now, ladies and gentlemen, normally we would conclude with me trying to sum up everything that the speakers have said, but we're not going to do that. We're very fortunate today to have a young woman who is going to come forward and share a poem that I feel is going to be the essence of what we've shared this morning. So I'd like to invite her to come on up. She is a familiar face in this space, not just to her parents, but I think herself, who has done so much in the creative arts and also in the climate space. Please put your hands together for Antonia Bhagwan. Please come on up, Antonia.
Well, I'm totally not nervous right now. So I'm just going to be sharing a small poem. It's titled, poem up first. A seedling sinking with the tide. Some of you may have heard it already. And if it sounds a bit too preachy, you can just blame that on my father's influence. There is a canoe sailing across oceans of melted ice and human greed. Bare and bruised feet run up and down, trying to keep the vessel afloat. Past the flickering sail, across the horizon, are the barren hills of a wasted future and the remains of a stolen past. To drown or to burn, that is the question, a question that my people did not even earn. Is it noble in the mind to suffer for the sins of such ravenous gluttons, or to take arms against a rising sea and fight for what little land left? How dare you look me in the eye and ask me to abandon my home, a home which you have stolen? Am I to be left to drown by the homes of my ancestors? To have my history stripped away by an ocean which used to nurture me? Or will my death be prolonged, burnt feet on scorched earth, grasping onto the shredded pieces of a weaved mat where we used to lie and dream of a promised land? The road to the future was one which we were forced to pave ourselves as the rising tide pushed our backs forward. There isn't much of a choice left, as the violent screams of the wind rip the coconut trees out of the ground. As the seas cry in hunger, waiting at our doorstep only to swallow us whole, we are forced to hack at the tree of life until it falls like timber in the forest. A tree is only as strong as its roots, but we are still young, barely ripened fruit blossoming on the branch in a field that is barren from overuse. All I ask is that you plant us somewhere nicer, with rich humus and water flowing like milk and honey, so that we may grow and plant our roots once more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Antonio, really for centering us with that poem. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you sincerely for your attention. For those joining us online, please don't go anywhere. Grab yourself, refreshment, but we will be back for the first plenary session right here. Colleagues, before we invite you to enjoy some refreshments, I'm just going to ask to give us a minute, since we all have to exit and enter through the same doorway. We're just going to ask our speakers to please come forward. We'd like to grab a quick speaker's photo. Just here, just in front. Governor Guerrero, please stay with us. We're going to pin your screen up on our screen shortly so that we include you in this group picture. Thank you. We have our friends from the media and a few photographers here, so we'll ask them to come forward. Yes. All right. Big smile, Governor. All right, we're all good. Okay, one more. So good luck. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll take a short break. I know that we're scheduled to start again at 10:15, but we have 15 minutes break. So maybe if we can be here by 20 past, so we can get started with the next session. Thank you so much for your attention. Who'll introduce the topic and the speakers. You, Sivendra.
Malolele, can you hear me?
Yes.
Malolele, talofalava, fakalova, lahi atu, namaste, fexia, nisambula, and warm Pacific greetings. My name is Sivendra Michael, and I'm with UNDP Pacific Office based out here in the Kingdom of Tonga. And it is given this opportunity to moderate the first plenary session of the 2022 Pacific Climate Justice Summit. This panel will actually focus on loss and damage in the Pacific and will draw specific attention to community demands of justice. Brothers and sisters of the Pacific, too often we hear about the little progress that's made on the loss and damage agenda items at COP, but let me assure you that our Pacific leaders, negotiators, and advocates, many of them present in the room, have been pushing extremely hard since the 1990s on this agenda item, because we know that it is a matter of survivability of our Pacific communities. Having been amongst these Pacific leaders in these spaces, I share their mana, but sometimes feel disheartened by the soft languages on the use of on the phasing out of coal and the lack of funding available to pay for the loss and damages incurred in our region. This summit is actually very pivotal as it provides an opportunity to elevate the voices and issues of frontline Pacific communities, which solidifies our regional policy positions ahead of COP27. With these few words, I now have the honor to invite our panelists for this session. We actually have 5 speakers, and I will introduce them all in the start so that we can keep the conversation flowing. Should you have questions at any time during the session, please pop them in the chat group or save them for the end of this session. Our first speaker is Ms. Shaban McDonald, who is a lawyer and anthropologist with over 20 years of experience working with Indigenous people in Australia and Oceania on land rights, gender, and climate change issues. She's currently a senior lecturer at the Cradford School of Public Policy at the Australian National University and has been a Pacific climate negotiator on loss and damage issues for Vanuatu and Fiji governments since 2019. Followed by her, our second speaker will be Mr. Fred Pattison, who currently works at SPREP, which is the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environmental Program, as a climate finance readiness advisor. He is based with the Pacific Climate Change Center and holds a master's degree in international environment law from Macquarie University Law School and an undergraduate in environmental science from the University of South Pacific. Mr. Pattison has been with SPREP for over 8 years in various capacities, and before that was with UNDP, the private sector, and the Solomon Island government. He further plays a leading role within SPREP on climate finance for the UNFCCC COP negotiations, and is also a member of the CROP team supporting PSEED's preparations for the UNFCCC COP27 meeting. Followed by that, we will have our speaker number 3, Mr. Semi Lotawa, who is an indigenous Fijian from Nalotawa village, Yaketeba. He also grew up in the traditional setting of his village, attended a remote boarding school, and is one of the 5% of students from his district that has actually graduated from high school. Simi was working for the forestry sector, forestry sector, particularly around social areas of enhancing sustainable community development. Realizing his effectiveness, he was tied to the whims of international grants, he moved to United States to pursue a degree in business. He is currently working Sorry, my apologies. The internet in Tonga has some issues, so bear with me. Sorry, as finishing with our fourth speaker, Miss Justiana is a young woman and aims to use her voice to support the communities to address the impacts that are affecting the people in her community. Then our final speaker for this session is Mr. Alferetti Tawake, who has actually a deep history on locally managed marine area network, being the co-founder of Fiji's LMMA network, which is the locally managed marine area network. He has been a key architect of the LMMA approach and has been instrumental in the success of the LMMA for over 2 decades. Alferetti also has held many roles across the region, working as a consultant and a researcher with the University of South Pacific, Foundations of Success USA, and Australia's peak scientific body, Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organization, to name a few. He's also been a recipient of numerous awards, tirelessly advocating support for his communities throughout the region to better manage the land and sea while addressing climate change. In this session, we aim to address 3 key questions. The first question is the question that is asked by most of us. Why is loss and damage such an important key policy demand for the Pacific Islands? We therefore turn to our next question, which is on what has been done actually in the region on loss and damage in your communities, in countries, and how are we mapping loss and damage impacts in the communities and across the Pacific? The last question that will complement the first and second one is around what do we want out of this? What are some key messages ahead of COP27? What do we want achieved for the loss and damage agenda after COP27? So with these few words, I now would like to invite Ms. Shoban McDonald to deliver her remarks and address these questions. Over to you, ma'am.
Sure. Thank you so much, moderator, and Bula Vinaka, everybody in the room. Thank you to my fellow panelists, and I really look forward to listening to some of the very important things that you have to say this morning. I would also like to acknowledge the Minister for Tuvalu, who spoke so passionately about loss and damage already in our plenary session. He and I worked very closely together in Glasgow, and I think the Pacific should feel very proud of the work of the negotiators from the Pacific and the leadership in really pushing the agenda on loss and damage, because the original drafting for a loss and damage finance facility came as a joint Fiji-Tuvalu proposal that was put forward. It was taken up by the AOSIS group and it became a G77 and China proposal. So the discussion internationally, globally, that we are having around loss and damage finance started from a Pacific proposal. And it's a proposal that we continue to think around and we continue to push for. It is a key agenda item as we move forward into this COP in Egypt. So what I thought I could do today is start to scope some of those central loss and damage issues. I want to leave it much more to Pacific Islanders really to speak about the community perspectives around loss and damage. But I would just like to highlight that Vanuatu has led the way in terms of being the first country to put forward really a very structured statement around loss and damage that looks at some of the very many impacts across the country, loss and damage impacts, as part of its annual statement and NDC commitments that are going forward into this COP. So that's a very new piece of innovation that's coming out of the Pacific as well. So firstly, why are these issues so significant in a Pacific context? It is because loss and damage is the impacts that occur beyond adaptation. So there's increasing recognition, and this is what the latest set of IPCC reports say. The IPCC reports that were released this year in particular speak about the loss and damages to natural and human systems that are caused because of climate change. In the Pacific, there are many impacts that are caused by climate change. And in the loss and damage framing, we describe them as economic and non-economic. So the economic impacts are the ones that we talk about when we talk about the impacts to GDP, to gross domestic product that happen, for example, post-cyclone. The destruction to buildings, the destruction to built infrastructure, for example. They are easier for us to measure, but really often what Pacific people and Pacific leaders speak about being deeply concerned about in the context of loss and damage are what we refer to as the non-economic aspects of loss and damage. Loss of culture caused by climate impacts, displacement from ancestral lands, ongoing health impacts that are due to climate impacts, so mosquito-borne illnesses, for example. So all of these come under the non-economic loss and damage framing. So for example, coral atolls are very concerned about these issues of displacement, of relocation. These are some of the things that the minister was speaking about earlier. But the latest projections we have about sea level rise tell us that across the urban Pacific, we know that all of our urban centres are close to coastal areas. And so there are huge and dramatic implications for relocation and resettlement. Not just material implications, but also these other aspects of non-economic loss. So a lot of the work I do is looking at these issues of relocation and resettlement in my research work. So for a long time, since 1991 onwards, when Vanuatu brought the first AOSIS proposal that established the beginning of loss and damage, the Pacific has led in the space of loss and damage. The Pacific has championed the call for loss and damage because loss and damage speaks to the heart of climate injustice. Loss and damage starts to begin to unravel the story that it is these incredibly climate vulnerable places who, for no fault of their own, are hugely impacted by climate change. So the finance facility then in that context is about saying at some point, carbon emitting countries need to be held to account. And what we've done since last year in Glasgow is that at Bonn, again, AOSIS put forward an agenda item that was supported by the G77, which means we go to COP ready to debate this very important agenda item about structuring loss and damage within the COP agenda. At the moment, the only discussion we have of finance is in the Glasgow dialogue, which is what came out of Glasgow. And the problem with the Glasgow dialogue is it has no deliverables. It's a talk fest. There's no reporting, there's no accountability, and there's no link back to convention mandates. So we met in Bonn and we had the first session of the Glasgow dialogue. And we spoke as Pacific Island countries and negotiators about the key gaps around current climate finance and why it's so important to have a conversation around loss and damage finance going forward. And increasingly, we are building this recognition amongst other partners of these gaps in finance, of the fact that the existing climate finance mechanisms do not address loss and damage, and in particular, they do not address non-economic loss and damage. And this is particularly important for the Pacific There's currently no financing mechanisms that can deal with issues of sea level rise. There is no adequate financing around issues of relocation and resettlement that actually allow people to create new livelihoods and informed consent-based opportunities to structure new futures. So there are these crucial existing gaps, and this is where we're trying to push the conversation forward. And it's difficult. It's a very challenging conversation. We know, for example, that even though there's adaptation commitments that are already supposedly named, they are not being met. And yet we are asking for a new and additional finance for loss and damage. So it's a complex space, and there are key partners who are very resistant to that discussion and have been historically. And perhaps I'll leave it there, and I'm very happy to take questions, but maybe I'll just stop for now. Thank you. Vinaka.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Shaban, for that insightful remarks, and also, putting out on the floor on some of the real challenges that continue to exist. I think something that comes out very strongly from your messaging is around the impacts beyond adaptation to natural and human systems, but more specifically the non-economic L&D and the framing of this. Perhaps maybe if you would want to spend a minute to actually explain, the stories of the Pacific do ground the realities of what's happening in terms of the non-economic, impacts of the displacement. I have behind me a picture of a Mango community which is displaced by the Hunga Tonga Hunga Hapai volcanic eruption and tsunami. So this community right now is staying in a displacement center, and we do not know how long they will be in the displacement center as far as conversation is going on. Maybe in elaboration to this talk fest around there is no convention that pens down, perhaps you can explain about why it is so difficult for us to have conversations around measuring non-economic loss and damage.
Is your question, sorry, can you just say, is your question about how do we measure non-economic loss and damage? Is that your question?
No, like why is it difficult? Like why is it difficult to, translate non-economic loss and damage in these COP spaces?
Yeah, it's a great question. So let me think of diplomatic ways of answering that. Pacific people and Indigenous people more broadly are people who live with deep attachments to land and place and belonging and culture and language and identity. When we negotiate, and I'm a non-Pacific Islander, right? I've got, I actually have Afro-Caribbean ancestry, European ancestry. It's a complex history. But when we negotiate in a room, we're negotiating with people who are not Indigenous, who don't have ancestral connection to place, who don't have a sense of being and belonging. They buy patches of land, they move around countries, they're European, they're American, so for them, all they hear is money. They actually don't deeply understand some of these issues, these ways of being in the world. And I think that is part of the difficulty. Is there are differences, right? Like, so for example, it's easier to have conversations with the Irish delegation. Think about the history of Ireland and the fact that it was colonized and that people had land stripped for them, language stripped from them, there's a point of recognition there. These are spaces of ongoing coloniality. They're spaces that are seeped in particular cultural norms. I work so hard on behalf of the Pacific to try and move people, right? And to try and persuade them. They're terrified about the scale of finance, the scale of loss and damage as well, which is hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. They're terrified about the idea of liability. So all of these things are a huge block. And the how of this, the how of doing non-economic loss and damage is something, you know, that actually we have a matrix for in Indigenous Australia, for example. All of a sudden we have compensation settlements for people who have lost ancestral land. It's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars.
Thank you. That's very wonderfully captured, because I think these platforms like this, the Climate Justice Summit, is an opportunity for us to actually unpack these kind of conversations and, you know, ask these really hard questions. And sorry for putting you on the spot. I really wanted your experience as a negotiator to also, you know, share with our audiences. And it really sets us up for the next speaker, Mr. Fred Perisen, who is with SPREP, who actually works with the different governments to try and mobilize funding and get them into different positions. And he's also been in the COP space as well. So over to you, Mr. Fred, for your remarks and your interventions. Sorry, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Sorry, thank you, moderator. I will share my screen. I have a sub presentation. So I'm going to do it now. Are you able to hear me? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
And can you see my presentation?
Yes, sir.
Just give me a minute. Yeah. Yeah, I'm helping me off full screen instead.
We see that questions are also coming in. Please keep them coming in. We'll answer them towards the end of the session. So thank you, colleagues, for continuing to put in your questions. We appreciate that. Fred, are you ready?
Are you still seeing my screen?
No longer.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we can
Okay,
see your screen. Yep. Over to you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So basically, I think the previous speaker has covered well the whole idea of loss and damage, and she's very experienced in that space as well in terms of the climate negotiations. I will quickly go through the implications for PSEEDs and following up on the discussions that just happened recently. We just had the COP preparatory meeting in Apia, and so the issue of loss and damage is right high up on the agenda. And as a start, I think the impacts of climate change, as everyone has alluded to, is something that we are all very aware of for those of us who live in the region. I think is very clear as well for Pacific Island countries. The leaders has been talking about climate change as the single greatest threat. The Kaniki II Declaration made emphasis on the need for an international mechanism to address loss and damage. And the recent Pacific Island leaders meeting went as far as declaring that the Pacific is going through a climate emergency, and that underscores the importance of this issue to Pacific Island countries. I think Sibon has also reiterated the fact that the loss and damage, I think, is as a concept is critical to Pacific Island countries, because we all know that there are impacts that even adaptation response are unable to address. And she has alluded to the issue of culture, for example, our cultural heritage. If we lose that, it is impossible for us to recover some of the elements of our culture that we we identify with or we associate ourselves with. But at the global level, I think for the benefit of all of us, I think many of you are aware of the Warsaw International Mechanism, which is the beginning of the discussions on loss and damage, followed by the San Diego Network on Loss and Damage, came out of COP 25. And more recently, during COP26, the call for new and additional finance and specific to climate change, to loss and damage, and the discussions and the emphasis by PSEEDs within the AOC's grouping is to distinguish loss and damage from adaptation and mitigation responses, which is covered well under many of the financial mechanisms under the UNFCCC. The Glasgow dialogue, as the previous speaker has alluded to, is just all about dialogue, and I think there is a strong concern from the Pacific delegations that there is no clear expected outcome as a result of the dialogue. However, there is an increasing recognition that loss and damage is a critical issue for the Pacific, and as alluded to, the Pacific has been the driver of the narrative at COP, and there is some discussions, increasingly some requests given by COP26 to the GCF to consider providing some initial support to the readiness support and project presence facility micro steps, but increasingly at this global level, critical ones. For COP27, I think the Honorable Minister for Tuvalu has made strong emphasis. I think the issue, the agenda, having the agenda item on matters relating to funding arrangement for loss and damage in partnership with G77 plus China is very important for the Pacific. And the previous speaker has alluded to that, because it provides us the opportunity for us to be able to speak as when it becomes part of the agenda item. And I think for Pacific Island countries, this is an entry point for us to continue to push for a specialized facility on loss and damage. This leads to the second point for COP27, that PCIDS will be providing emphasis on, and that is the need for a separate facility. What the facility would look like and the modalities is something that as Pacific Island countries, we need to think of very carefully, as the minister has alluded to. It will be broad, innovative and alternative climate finance options are part of it. For example, I think issues around debt swaps, bilateral, multilateral debt relief, and other financing mechanisms and the climate framework should be considered as part of those options. But I think what the UNFCCC process will be looking for is for clarity from PCIDS and through the AUCs. The Santiago Network operation is very important because it provides the structure and the means also for countries to be able to develop capacity and the enabling environment to implement loss and damage initiatives. And as I mentioned earlier, the Glasgow dialogue needs to result in meaningful outcomes for Pacific Island countries. So those are the key things that we need to consider going forward for COP27. And these discussions has been up and center in front at the recent COP preparatory meeting for PCIDS in Apia last week. Now, I wanted to touch on some, just to answer the question that was raised, some related initiatives within the region on loss and damage, not directly related to loss and damage, but almost related. One is the Pacific Island Climate Change Insurance Facility, which is a concept that is being developed, and I understand it's championed by Tuvalu as well. It is aimed at creating a regional facility that will be able to investigate and develop risk transfer products to suit the needs of Pacific Island countries. The initial novel climate risk financing concepts is being formulated based on different exposure categories. This is an ongoing process, but I think it is important for us to be aware that such an initiative is happening. I think there's a number of crop agencies that are involved, including SPRED. And similar mechanisms under the disaster risk finance. And I think it is important for us to be aware the initiatives such as the Pacific Catastrophe Risk Insurance Company, the Pacific Ocean Finance Program, and we are aware that Fiji has a livelihood protection program in partnership with the International Finance Corporation and Willis Towers Watson, and to look at parametric livelihood protection program for low-income household against impacts of tropical cyclones and extreme rainfall risks. Some of these initiatives will need to be further developed, but they provide the initial baseline for elements of loss and damage that can be addressed at the regional level. But I think the bulk of work is yet to be done. And so this kind of discussions that we have today will provide us with the leeway for us to understand the issues around loss and damage, but also to seek opportunities that we can explore in order to respond to climate change. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. And I hope that we'll be able to discuss more and bring some level of understanding to those of us who are involved in this event today. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred, for your insights. And I guess it's really important to recognize again the points made by our high-level political champion in the opening session, Honorable Minister from Tuvalu, on the matters related to financial arrangements for loss and damage in partnership with G77 and China. And you have acknowledged that as well. And I think from your presentation, what's also clear is that although GCF has a direction to do something, the reality of accessing finance from GCF is a challenge for many Pacific Island countries, and it continues to be a challenge for many Pacific Island countries. And in my knowledge as well, that the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat is looking at the Pacific Resilience Facility that would somewhat step up to support the livelihoods initiative. So thank you so much, Fred. We go from the policy level and the discussions from negotiators to the community as well. So this, let's see, we take this conversation to the grassroots and see what their perspectives are. So with this time, I would like to invite Mr. Simi Lotawa. Please forgive me if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Who hails from the province of Ba. Over to you, Simi.
Yes, a big bulla vinaka to you all. Dolavina, as they say, from our upper mountain communities in Ba. And thank you for these opportunities to be part of this panel in talking about these issues about climate justice. Rise Beyond the Reef is a nonprofit organization that was set up to bridge the divide that exists between rural and remote communities and the government sector, rural and remote communities, the aid sector, and rural and remote communities and the private sector. So we work mostly with rural and remote communities. So not on the beltways, but the upper mountains and the communities in Ba and some other maritime islands in Fiji. So I'm going to share my PowerPoint presentation just to guide the conversation in today. We've heard a lot as the moderators have highlighted that how it has cascaded down from the negotiator, from the international level, regional, coming down to our own country. But when we try to take this down, how do we take it all the way down to the ground, to the very people who face the impact of these mega storms in isolations and in silos in their communities? In my presentation today, I'm going to talk about all of these issues, but not specifically on climate justice, but with a lens of economic, from a community development perspective. Because when we look at the communities, their number one priorities don't come in a box that is 4 meters by 4 meters. It comes in a wider, in a wider aspect of their life. It depends onto the areas where they are. So I will try to answer the questions of why climate justice, what have been done, and what do we want. So hopefully some of the things that I will be mostly sharing, our experiences working with our partner communities, can help in taking it up to the negotiation level, as for those of you who will be representing us into the COP27. So what are the challenges? Those are the things we've always asked ourselves. But when you stand from the ground and you look up to all of these framework funding strategies and everything that comes down towards the community, the question is, if we're talking about development or climate change or climate justice, but for who? You know, whether we realize it or not, we're living in a small island surrounded by foreign development frameworks. In this framework, we often always ask, who are the experts? How are communities valued for their expertise, not within projects, but with the organization themselves? Do we have long-term formalized paid roles for community leaders within our respective organization? In Fiji, we have very different cultures living together, yet we are hardly allowed to understand or discuss data on the differences between these communities. May respond differently to social services provisions. What we believe is indigenous, sorry. What we believe is, if I have to back up my slide and it's stuck at the moment. Okay. What we believe is indigenous knowledge and culture holds the key to the future of and our role is to help to protect and promote it in the development process. So these are the things that we believe and what guides our work on the community. Also, oftentimes we fail and we believe from our experience on the ground is when support that comes to reach the communities on the ground, whether it comes in the form of donors, and it comes along with their framework and how the funding is being allocated. But oftentimes when we always forget as implementers that whether it is donor agency or us as a CSOs who works on the ground, we always forget that there's an existing framework that already exists, which is the culture. And as I look around in a lot of the efforts that we've tried to do to establish in our various communities, there's very little projects that we can point to that still has its impact after the funding period is over. So for us, our process is a process that whichever communities we go into, we always try to engage them in the planning and the designing of how we do things. Because what we do now has little to do with what we envisioned of our work 10 years ago. But we agreed to trust and follow the path that the community articulate as their need in our baseline process, specifically through listening to women. So after listening to them, and as we started to try and guide and establish how we do things, we had to build a vessel to create a transformative changes. The process of shifting norms in this community don't just happen overnight. We have to be able to work in communities for longer term to support women and men to shift norms at household, village, and district level and beyond. Instead of exit strategy, we need to look at long-term strategies. The donors and CSOs, oftentimes we go into a community and start to look ahead to when will this project be wrapped up and work towards that as our milestone. After TC Winston and TC Yasa, many of us worked in these communities. We receive funding and all of the support that comes along with it to work with these communities as they try to rehabilitate themselves. But if we look back and we ask ourselves, how long did we stay? Did we feel that those communities have recovered in their time frame? For us, since 2016, we have worked in one of our partner communities that was badly hit by TC Winston in the Koratubu Coast. And we now nearly work with 150 women from 7 villages. And to date, incomes earned from our program is still a primary income source from them. So that just shows the impact and how devastating these mega storms into these rural and remote communities. The reality of climate impacts in the communities that we are in constant cycle of generational wealth loss and rebuilding. This requires a long-term partnership to create an economic resilient. So once we go through all of those impact of severe storm, flooding, and rain, and as we show up to the communities, what do we do? For us, oftentimes the funding from all of these regional and local donors, as it comes in, they hardly touches the ground. Now we hear about all of this conversation on green, blue economies and COP event. What we need to start focusing on is what do we literally have on the ground? And we do this by working with what we have. You can see in these photos this is after TC Yasa and TC Winston. We had to salvage the storm debris product and roll it out and develop a product line that we call Shelter from the Storm. And this is how we've helped our communities. We have lost nearly everything to rebuild themselves back after those Category 5 storm. One of the things that we've taught ourselves was going to the edge and being accountable for showing up. It's not about being cutting edge with our words on paper or in a report or presentation. It's about commitment to go to the edge to meet the needs of marginalized communities. For us, rain or shine, we have to continue supporting our communities and have their production going on for them to be able to sustain themselves in whatever areas that they are in. One of the things that we've learned from our ancestors is we have to adapt, and we have to adapt. Some of the product lines that we roll out now are printed in canvas, and this came out in 2016 when TC Winston destroyed nearly most of the massey plantations, so that we have to turn into fabric to continue the printing so the women can continue to earn their income, which helps them to rebuild themselves back. We need to get urgent. Communities that are rural and remote have multitude of needs that are compressed together with geographical isolations. This is a community that we, in the area that we work in Tukuraki, before they formally relocated, they were without housing for years. They had to move back into this cave twice as they tried to shelter themselves from the impact of the mega storm that goes by. So after those storms, as they go by, what do we have? In the community in Tukuraki, we had nothing except for rocks. And so, well, this is where we started from, painting rocks for the women in Tukuraki and promoting their product locally and to our local market so that they can rebuild themselves back and income to help them support themselves. One of the important things in the face of this climate change, climate justice, or all of this is the pressure, the burden that hits within the family that oftentimes leads into violence. So at the same time, as we try to prepare themselves and help them to build up their resilience, we also have to build trust and start to talk about taboo issues, issues that face the communities that leads to gender-based violence that always happens during when communities go through tough times. Approach needs to engage men to build their capacity to address harmful norms in their homes and in communities. Market matters is something that we have learned to shift norms that women needs to access to tools and opportunities. Pioneering a new model for organization in the Pacific. How can organization talk about sustainability when we ourselves are 100% reliant on grant funds? Why are short-term projects considered sustainable when there are hardly any example of tangible long-term outcomes from such type of programming? If marginalized communities are too hard to and too expensive for private sector to reach with markets and government lacks of the infrastructure, then should the NGOs play a more active role in addressing these gaps for the longer term? We don't look at our program as creating dependency for market. We see ourselves as pioneer to establish a new type of organizational structure that can be flexible enough to respond to the actual needs of communities with whom we be flexible enough to respond with the community who we partner with then during the climate change song and dance. As we toe the line to build enough market access for critical mass for women in Fiji, eventually there's offspring from the process which creates continuous ripple effect. We're building a capacity of women on an ongoing basis as leaders, artisans, supply chain operators, and beyond. That's not dependency. That's called building capacity. Whether it's us or company, there will always be a number of steps along the chain for communities to access market. But we are here to put a stake on the ground for rural and remote ones who have been left behind. Nanduriki, thank you for all this opportunity to share the work that we do in the community. And climate justice for us, it's about our existence as communities in rural and remote, our interconnectedness to our environment, to our identity, to our land, to our food, to our water, and how to be resilient. Thank you.
So sorry, I may have spoken, I thought you had stopped. My apologies for that. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so sorry, Mr. Simi, for that. I was just wanting to say you have brought so many important insights, which has direct linkages to the discussions that actually happened before you spoke with the Dr. Sioban and Mr. Fred as well, around loss of indigenous knowledge and cultures, which is non-economic loss and damage, and how the Pacific has been so stern and forward into talking about these issues in global negotiation spaces, but also to bring the disconnected realities from the communities up to this negotiation space, so people can use and be more genuine in their intervention, so that they can resonate with what's happening at the community level. So to bridge the disconnect, I think the other very important thing that you have really mentioned is that that impacts are also gendered. Women and men are facing different types of impact, and how within the loss and damage space, there needs to be more research around what are the kinds of gendered impacts, more evidence that we can take up to policy level, so that people can start thinking about it from this angle. And the last very critical issue that really rings a bell to my ears, because I'm working as a development practitioner as well, is the issue of projectized outcomes, because a lot of time projects have their own outcomes, their own deliverables. They're not connected so much to the grassroots needs and the national priorities. So this disconnect, like, yes, the project can come and go, but there has to be this linkage with, is it what the community needs? Is it addressing what, how the sustainability of the community in the actions that they want to foresee? And then how does it actually contribute to the national development agenda? So national development planning processes may happen in silo, projects happen in silo, and this very important conversation that you have brought up is that we need to bridge this gap now, and we need to do it more urgently. And so we are going to go with that community perspective and that global perspective. I think Justina is not here, but Mr. Alfredi Tawake is on the call. So Vinaka Valevu, Mr. Simi, for your inputs. We go on to our last speaker for this session, Mr. Alfredi Tawake, for his insights. Over to you. Okay, I've just got confirmation from the panel, from the organizers, that Justina is on the call. If we can please pin her onto the screen, and we'll pass over the floor to Justina. Sorry, Justina, are you there? Okay, we are waiting for Justina.
Hello and good morning, everyone. And thank you to our first three speakers for your contribution on this very important issue, loss and damage that is affecting many Pacific countries today. My presentation will be just
Oh, I understand that she must be having some internet issues. And please bear with us. In the interest of time, and I understand that there is Dr. Shoban is also about to leave. While we wait, is Alfredi on the call? Okay, yes, we have Alfredi now. So Alfredi, over to you for your last intervention. Questions that have been raised directly to Dr. Shoban, we will send it to you as well to get a response, but we'll see if the others can also answer it on the call as well. Over to you, Alfredi. Okay, I believe that there are some internet issues for both the panelists that are supposed to be speaking. Organizers from Suva, if you are able to locate the speakers on the list of participants, you can respond accordingly and tag them. Dr. Shoban, as you are about to leave, would you mind we just take a few 1-2 questions for you? I think they were directed to you, and then perhaps that could be your exit point. I guess people do want to hear from you. Yeah. So the first question was around how influential in loss and damage conversations are lobby group memberships that governments are members of, and if the hands of governments are tied, is there a role for NGOs and CSOs to pursue the loss and damage issue between states? I will copy that question into the chat for you as well. The second question is around, if we are calling on carbon emitting countries to fund and compensate loss and damage, are we holding host countries to be accountable for this loss and damage as well?
Okay, let me start with the first one. I'm not sure I completely understand the distinction being made in the second one, but we can come back to it. So lobby groups are really influential, particularly fossil fuel lobby groups. And you will see that the Prime Minister of Fiji sent out a tweet at Glasgow last year where he described the fact that the Pacific negotiating team was outnumbered on a 3-to-1 ratio in terms of fossil fuel lobbyists relative to Pacific Islander negotiators. So out-lobbied, outplayed, nothing about the system is particularly fair. And yet, in spite of all of that, Pacific negotiators and Pacific leadership and AOSIS, the Alliance of Small Island States, the bloc that the Pacific is a member of, all make gains in various ways. So civil society might say those gains are not enough, and Greta Thunberg famously describes UN processes as blah, blah, blah. And all of that pressure is needed, right? All of those voices are needed. And particularly on loss and damage, particularly because it is the issue of climate justice, and particularly because it is so challenging. So it is the issue that most needs the work of civil society. It needs civil society, it needs media, it needs growing international attention. So much of what I do when I speak on these panels is try to speak on them into Australia, into Canada, into New Zealand, into America, to mobilise those populations to start working internally on these issues, because that for a long time has been the missing piece of the puzzle. Getting people to understand what loss and damage is, getting people in advocacy work to understand why it's so central to these crucial sets of requests. It's where the rubber hits the road of the climate justice movement in UN processes. And now that we are pushing for financing, we're really starting to kind of push that accountability question within the UN system in another way. So Vanuatu will run its advisory opinion argument. I worked for Vanuatu for many years. I led the initial push for the ICJ advisory opinion. I actually wrote the resolution text in 2019 through the Pacific Island Forum. I did all that drafting work for Vanuatu alongside Ralph Regan-Vanu. So I have a long history of doing that work as well. We need all of these things. It's never just one strategy in this space. It takes all of this work. For me, it's also about linking Indigenous movements. So you might have seen in the chat, I'm in Central Australia at the moment. I'm working on critical climate justice movements out in remote Aboriginal communities where there are critical water shortages. If you look at my Twitter feed, you'll see that I've just been in a remote community called Kiwakura on the Western Australian border that hasn't had any water for over 2 years, right? No water. And we need to link those movements. We need to link those voices much better, because that's not happening very much. And so for the first time at ANU, I've just launched a climate alumni scholarship to take our graduate and PhD students, 5 of them, who are either Indigenous First Nations scholars or Pacific Islander scholars, to COP, to mentor them into the space. Not necessarily to be negotiators, they can if they want to be, but to work as advocates in that space. So last year in Glasgow, there were 2 First Nations representatives, one from ANU, one from my university. This year, there will be 3, 2 from my university. So we have increased the number, like yet again, right, through this scholarship program. And I'm bringing those voices together, starting that global conversation. Who are the most impacted? Indigenous people, Pacific Islander, already vulnerable global South communities. That's who bear the impacts of climate change. Climate doesn't impact everybody equally. Not everyone is equally precarious. We know all of this to be true, but how do we join those voices together? The UN system doesn't provide pathways for Indigenous people who are in colonial states, right? Whose states have been colonized. They don't have status within the UN system. So joining up some of those processes becomes very important to amplify voices as well. Sorry, civil society advocacy is what I was on. That was question 1. Question 2, let me just have a look.
If we are calling on carbon emitting countries to fund and compensate loss and damage, are we also holding host countries to be accountable for their own losses and damage?
So that distinction assumes that those countries are not the same. So, I mean, I think it depends on who the host country is, right? So the conversation in Australia is that it's both. Okay, it's about saying, you know, the Pacific leadership are constantly saying to Australia, stop engaging in the fossil fuel industry, stop creating carbon emissions, stop extensive deforestation, all of the practices, right? But also, what are you doing in the space of loss and damage finance? So it is never an either or, it is always both. And I think we've got to be really careful not to get in this dichotomous thinking, right? It's not the UN system or an advisory opinion, it's both. It's not civil society or negotiators, it's both. It's all of these interventions all of the time. It takes all of us. It will take us all, right? The climate clock is ticking. Every year, every single COP, we negotiate under the climate clock. And it tells us how many years there is until we hit 1.5 degrees. In Glasgow last year, in November, it was 7 years and 7 months. So this year, it doesn't follow a calendar year. So this year, let's see what it is. But the time to move is not long. It's so urgent, this work, and it will take us all.
Thank you, Shoban. I think that's really important about the two very critical points. One is the dichotic comparison. We shouldn't be heading towards that. And also the importance of informal lobbying groups in the COP spaces, which is very important, and how we utilize our partnerships and our mobilization of our advocates in these spaces to try and influence the discussion that happens within those negotiation spaces. I think that's been a influential factor at COP. In most COPs, you'll see outside the formal negotiation spaces, there's a lot of things that has been happening from the NGOs and CSOs. And so our involvement in those spaces is quite critical, and hats off to ANU for increasing their quota for to this year's COP, and we look forward to having them supporting the Pacific Island and Indigenous population as well.
Exactly. Someone's just raised the long-running USP initiative that's been running to support students in that COP space, and I just want to say that was the inspiration for ANU, and I've been working on that program alongside George Carter, so the Samoan Pacific Islander scholar who I'm sure many of you are familiar with. He works very closely with SPREP, and also Virginia Marshall, who's one of our First Nations scholars. So yes, absolutely, we wanted to follow in the footsteps of USP and the amazing work that USP has been doing for a long time. And I would love to further that partnership. I'm giving another presentation into Fiji University next week on loss and damage. So yeah, anyway, very happy to help.
Thank you, Shoban. And she has colleagues, she has given up she has given her email address. So if you have any further questions, please, you can email her directly. Feel free to reach out to her. And if we do not have the other two speakers, I would like to wrap up because we are going above time. So Organizers, from your end, is it okay that I wrap up now? Okay, I'll take the silence as a yes. So yeah, to wrap up, I would like to thank our panelists for their time and commitment towards this summit. More importantly, to each and every one of you for attending this event, because without you, this event would not have been successful. Let us also show our appreciation to the many organizations that have actually worked extremely hard to make the 2022 Pacific Climate Justice event a reality. I would like to end this session, very important session, and the start of our plenary sessions by saying that let us continue to build strong linkages between the advancement of actions on loss and damage under the UNFCCC platform and with other initiatives and processes outside of it, as mentioned by our colleagues in today's discussion. We do need to build a strong
Just wait for him.
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to finish by saying that we need to continue, as echoed by Honorable Minister this morning and Sanaka, that we need to build a strong coherence on the implementation of the Paris Agreement in the 2030 agenda. And the emphasis of the solutions should be people-centered so that the collective betterment is for the lives of citizens of this beautiful and the only planet we call home. And with these words, I would like to end and thank you everyone for your time and your attention and for making this panel interesting and successful. We will leave our email addresses with the organizers for you to reach us for any future questions. Over to you, organizers. Maalom bula.
Thank you so much, Sivendra. Can we give them a big round of applause? All right. We are scheduled to take a short break now. I just realized that we have two wall clocks in the room and they're both on different times. BT level and Vanua level time. We're going to go with the one on the right. So it's just a little after 11:30. We're going to take 15 minutes, take a short break. We're going to enjoy some refreshments for those of you who didn't get a chance to go down earlier when we were just preparing for the panel session. We'll take that now. And when we return, if you come back just around 11:45 so we can start and we have enough time for the breakout session. So again, we've got the side events. We've got three. We have the first side event in here, Pacific Feminist Roots Knowledge, Resources for Climate Justice. We have the second one on coal, side event number 2, and right across the corridor, the Australian climate case. So for those of you joining us online, I'm sure you've already registered which side event you want to attend. Please click on that respective link. Again, thank you so much for your attention. Enjoy your break and we'll see you in Nakabakalewu.
I didn't tell him. Oh, That's outside, right? Yeah.
Oh, this one. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
So as soon as you can buy, I'm already like. I'm from Wyland, like. About kilometer, 2 kilometers from Markham, South. Yep. Yes. You know, I'm not young. You're a son of Bash. Well, I also would be here. I'm the president of the UN. But we have a very good working relationship with the UN. British High Commission. Yeah, and then for how long are you here? So when you come back, yeah, the thing is, look, you put money, and when you say that you work with the UN, I mean, I'll be very simple to interview with guests.
I got your modem to connection. Connect from us. Can you connect from us? I'm trying to connect, but it is very. If not, I'm just trying to put my modem there. Okay.
I'm going back to Wellington. Part of the job is working it within. It's cool. So, let me get more about this. Yes.
Yeah.
You've opened the door already, yes?
Oh. How will you connect to the texting?
I don't need to take this. No. This one, this not that the here my little this let's see into the pungal. Okay. This the computer. Yeah. So
Palu, Yandra. Kalikana cookies. Ay, taboy. Sarap kuminog na. Let's tumataw ni. Alik ka na bongo. Nanguna, let's my shopping. Ako ng bongo. Siya kasi yung bongo. Nanguna, let's my shopping. Alik ka ng bongo.
Not too sure.
Oh, good. Where's my lemon juice? Yeah.
Hey, I don't know.
Lagi ni sangkulin ng guru cerita nunggunan. But I'm not
Kira-kira mute yung microphone.
May nakagod niyo, bitangan. Nah, hindi na kami tawag.
Iya. Oke.
Easy, like this stuff happens. So if you want to go ahead, start a bit later. Like I'm flexible today, so I can stick around. So yeah, make your decision that works best for you. But I'm available if needed.
Plus the 12:15, we will have stop. And then, one.
Set 45 session.
I can stop briefly about the and then like move right into the use of this
Do you feel you might be better coming for this as the organizer? I can, if you want, I can send it out. I'm just thinking. Since it's your side, you can read it. Oh, what? This is a devastation. This is the climate. The third one is on forest trees.
And Pacific Islands, like Google Groups. But I'll be on one side. I'm just thinking, is there someone who can separate the part? It's still like. It's not on the big side, is that what But I will take it. Yeah. We have to. And I think the first one is like country for the health of people. And there is no monitoring to so you're still working with them, yeah.
Sorry.
Cool. We're going to see three events. The next one is the event. We're going to about Pacific water, beyond 4, and the other one is the island climate change. No, that is about law. The number 3 is about the law and the protected island. You decide what to do. We will need to connect online, or it's going to be presented. That's one, the first one, yeah. I don't do the step because it's by the day,
I printed my. You can see. Compassion. Don't worry, events are like this, you know.
Just check with them. Good. Yeah.
Which session is it?
This is the climate finance. Sorry,
Okay.
Nisambulu vinaka namaste, talo falava, kia ora na malelele kabnamori and warm greetings. I'm Vika Kalkalo from Diva for Equality, and I have this greatest pleasure to moderate this session titled Pacific Feminist Grassroots Knowledge, Resources and Tools for Climate Justice. Once again, participants, we apologize for the late in starting this session due to technical difficulties and internet connections. So we're sitting here from physically from Suba, Fiji. So the session will provide a space for Pacific communities and grassroots groups to share Pacific feminist analysis, tools, and resources for climate justice work by and for local and indigenous communities and grassroots civil society groups. This is an event organized by Diva for Equality or Diverse Voices and Action for Equality with the partners such as Gaga Grassroots Feminist Network, Pacific Feminist Community of Practice, Shifting the Power Coalition, Pacific Islands Feminist Alliance for Climate Justice, and Pacific Sexual Gender Diversity Network, and Biba Kiribati. I will briefly show some of the work that is grassroots-led and that is about material and structural change. Being at the front line of climate change effects, loss and damage, grassroots communities and frontline groups, we have taken up the challenge and work ourselves to do climate justice work. We work with women, gender diverse people and their communities to ensure social, economic, climate and ecological justice. More than 10 years, DIVA and other organizations has been doing these sets of work. This also includes our very own LGBTQ hubs and also involving and managing around 9 hubs in the country and also our Women Defend Commons network, Poverty to Power network, and also Urban Action Work. This is also we move towards the first ever grassroots-led research released in 2019. We led the research ourselves. We engaged the experts from the networks, from the ground. For disasters, build back safer and better urgent action response, better sustaining food security systems. We talk directly to the women. We use the women because they are movers and organizers on the ground. We talk to LGBTQ communities, sex workers, and we talk directly also to single mothers network and frontline groups. We know them and they also know us. That's why the work moves quickly. We can't talk about climate justice alone if you're not talking about poverty. The reason to do this work because all issues are interlinked with each other. There is no climate justice without economic justice and gender justice, especially when we work with women builders in better providing better housing for women during disaster risk response and building bridges such as the one that is done in one of the maritime islands in Fiji in the world. It is more than about our human rights. It is about our bodies. It's about protecting our environment, increasing our own biodiversity and protecting it. It is also including leasing our land for just transition to safe, local, and organic agroecology. It is easy to speak from grassroots if we have a strong grassroots roots in the network. We create channels so that we are heard and speaking truth to power from local to global. Therefore, on that note, we will share with you a poem that is linked to the work by grassroots activists and frontline networks from around the country and the region. Our next poem is by Damari Serau. Damari is an Itoke, a young woman who lives in Fiji. Damari has been writing poetry for more than 10 years. Much of her writing is on identity, indigeneity, minimalism, mental health, and decolonization. She advocates for these causes whenever she finds herself to be. Thank you.
Growing up, there were those days when I would lay my head on my mother's lap and draw imaginary figures and our pandanus met while she'd comb my hair. And those times we would just be there under the shade of our uto tree and I would stare at the light seeping in between the leaves, pouring her life upon my earth-coated skin like an answered prayer. Flowing into her roots around her trunks, channeling warmth into the stretch of my mother's arms. It was like a brunch, bearing soft chewy pinks of breadfruit gums, and Mama would place my head in her palm and take me with her to a time when her mother was her safest guide and my grandfather.
Okay, so they can just use the
Growing up, there were those days when I would lay my head on my mother's lap and draw imaginary figures and our pandanus met while she'd comb my hair. And those times we would just be there under the shade of our uto tree and I would stare at the light sitting in between the leaves, pouring her life upon my earth-coated skin like an answered prayer, flowing into her roots around her trunks, channeling warmth into the stretch of my mother's arms. It was like a brunch bearing soft chewy pinks of breadfruit gums, and Mama would place my head in her palm and take me with her to a time when her mother was her safest guide and my grandfather was a man so wise he would sail the seas with only the stars as his compass in the darkest of nights. Mama would take me to times before, to the cabin that they transformed into a home during the war, and to the shelter where her brothers were born and of our ancestral gods. Dwarven show-offs to the women who married into my mother's home and welcomed them with gifts so homely so they would never feel alone. These are stories that we are no longer told, no longer taught to us as our own history and identity, but retold into generations as a mere myth or a fantasy. Mama told me she would walk on shore in the whites of the sands and listen to the ocean sing to her in bright spiral shells, and the songs would echo her longing of her land. Mama told me she would draw figures of her islands on the rocks, and when the tide would subside, she would take long walks with her friends to catch fish and crabs and collect coconuts and shells, and slowly they saw the changes unwelcomed into the lifeblood of the land. Mama warned me there would come a time when the waves would take her islands away, and maybe pandanus mats and bright spiral shells would no longer be seen in that new age, and that our fight for better spaces and safer nations would be in vain if we did not start acting and making changes to the way we lived our lives today. Gazing into my mother's eyes, I watched the waves rise high into the night and take away everything I ever held dear to my life. Mama told me, these swells are the cries of our matua in the skies. These storms are the proof of a land that still has eyes and sees and knows the deep intentions of mankind. But look around you. Our lands are not tiny or deficient in resources. The wisdom of our ancestors brought them out of many strenuous causes. You have the same mana flowing through your veins. Trust the Tua and the Vanua, and they will guide you in all ways. Anchor your soul to your language, your culture, the land and the seas. Hold tight to your stories, your songs, your crafts, and your histories. Look to the heavens above and to the underworld below. Be proud of who you are and where you come from, wherever you may go. For when the storms arrive, there may come a time when you may have to leave. Draw from this land the strength to cope as your forefathers did. Many may not welcome us as well as we wish to be. We keep striding with the hearts of warriors covered with the fires of your ancestry. Wherever we may go, we will always know how to reconstruct our identities. Wherever we may go, we will remind ourselves of the power of our origins. We will strengthen our ties, our links, our kinships, and ensure that our children and the generations after will always remember their Vanua.
Thank you, everyone. Hearing about the port connected deeply to our natural resources. When it's slightly fading away or damaged, a part of us is also taken away. All that remains and connections. We will invite our first speaker for this session, Ms. Frances Namomo. Frances Namomo is the Economical Coordinator for Ecological Stewardship and Climate Justice Program, Pacific Conference of Churches. Frances Namomo is an Itoke indigenous woman, a Methodist and climate activist. Her present work focuses on the role and accompaniment churches provide towards community faced with the dilemma of climate-induced relocation and displacement. Thank you, Frances. You may have the floor.
Nakwale Vuvika. Bula, everyone. Greetings from the Pacific Conference of Churches, but more so from Fiji, where PCC is based. While I work for the Pacific Conference of Churches, I hope I'm clear from this end. While I work for the Pacific Conference of Churches, I've been invited in this space as a member of the Pacific Island Feminist Alliance for Climate Justice. As the title of this side event, Pacific Grassroots Knowledge, Resources and Tools Strengthening Feminist Approaches to Climate Justice, I think it was interesting to be invited as a church organization, to be invited into this space. Often the church has been seen as a challenging institution in addressing issues regarding feminist or gender issues. But when the church realizes the need or the urgency of the work towards climate justice and women, children, and young people being in the forefront of this work, it is therefore at least an acknowledgement and rather appreciative from the churches to have been invited to be part of the Pacific Island Feminist Alliance for Climate Justice. So I will be speaking on the Alliance and the role that we do and how this has actually allowed a space, not only at national level, but regional level in our collaboration towards the work on climate justice. So the Pacific Island Feminist Alliance for Climate Justice is a convener bringing together feminist organizing by civil society organizations, activists, responding to the impacts of climate change on lives of women, girls, and LGBTIQ+ individuals around the Pacific. As we all know, we come from different spaces, we respect different, we represent different constituencies. When we come together, we bring a strength of the diverse group that we represent, but more so the values that our organization represent in this work. I feel our community of practices through the P4CJ engages in 3 different levels. One at the high level political one, through its advocacy awareness, but more so in the accompaniment of communities and identifying practical engagements or practical solutions that we work or provide for the communities that we work in. In the high-level political engagement, at least the process that I have observed or experienced through our engagement with P4CJ, networking was important. The engagement with women leaders in crop agencies that are influential at national, regional, and global platforms. Even within our alliance, there are already women who have been engaging in the past, in the gender work, in the climate justice work. Those vast experience from the past have allowed those of us who are coming into this space to learn, but also maneuver through this journey together, the intergenerational learning of older, wiser women, and also the younger women. The Alliance also provides this space, at least to give a voice, not just a voice, but a space for young women. What is their solution? What do they identify as best practices or best approaches in engaging young women in this particular space? Earlier this year, we had an engagement where we particularly identified women in leadership role in these crop agencies. Tangaloa, for example, from SPREP, who came in and identified or affirmed the role of women, the aspect of gender in the conversations around climate justice. Why our voice as women is important in this discussion, but particularly how do we provide space for young women also in this engagement? I know a lot of our CSOs, community-led organization, youth and networks in gatherings like this, we go back, as an outcome from this particular gatherings, we go back with some form of initiative or a commitment. What can we do when we go back? What do we implement? What can we facilitate? Maybe an awareness, maybe a project to ensure that we are not just speaking in these spaces, but we are being practical also, that we are accountable to those that we work with, and also realizing how do we engage or more active a citizen, active citizen in the work that our national governments are committing to. So, and the reality is, while there are great initiative, great dreams, sometimes it comes to an end because you do not have resources. We pull our own, some of us, we would pull our own resources, we pull our networks and bring, resources together, human resources, financial support if there's any, or even, support in kind that's offered to allow us to implement some of these dreams or innovatives or projects. But in other cases, we would go as far as we can, but we would stop because we know it's often would come in, in our monitoring or engagement with communities, there's a lack of funding in this space. Now, to ensure the rollout of activities or mitigation or adaptation project that we are talking about, we've noted one of the most identified setback that communities or even groups would face is this financial support. And I think when PIFA for CJ started this initiative, a movement-led committee that's made up or reflects the diverse Pacific women leadership across the region, from civil society organization, feminist movement, but also community-driven programs to identify a grant that can support or resource communities, women-led initiative. This was something that have always been, a challenge for many of us. But having this as one of the key roles of PIFA to shape or identify what kind of requirements our community-led projects would look like. What would they be able to meet in order to access this funding? It all has always come to how do we access funding? What are requirements that our organization need in order to have to access this funding? But for PIFA for CJ, in ensuring that we are able to meet the needs of our community, this was all a learning for us. There was an opportunity, at least we've started with a grant, the first grant that has been ready to roll out, the identifying what requirements would our communities want, what is realistically that the communities or organization, women organization, youth networks can access or can identify with in order to fulfill their dream or the opportunity to implement a project. So using the knowledge, experiences, and also demonstrate how feminist funding model of climate action can be supported by different layers of funding. How do we then roll this out to communities? So the Alliance supported availability of grants for Pacific Island developing states based on women-led and feminist network and coalitions working in the following areas. The grant was able to facilitate these three areas: feminist, climate, justice, innovation, any new innovation from groups that towards climate justice, movement building. We've noted that over the years, movement building around the region has actually allowed us to elevate, to move the work around climate justice, not only at national level, at regional and global. And of course, the third area of focus was on climate emergency preparedness and response, including climate urgent action. So that the ability for the Alliance to see that this is a need for, to support women. This is a need to support women's group. This is a need to support youth group. This is a need to support the urgent needs of these communities. That was important. It wasn't dictated by us. We would put requirements, we would put together requirements, but what was important was valuing what the communities are able to identify that would work best in responding to climate justice. So people for CJ believes that it is vital to ensure resources and support that would reach women when they need it. They are able to deliberate and participate, designing and deliver the work that meets the need of all diverse women and their communities through united, flexible, and co-funding on this particular grant. And I know in our engagement in one of our communities in Fiji, we've also identified the need for the grant implementation of the grant processes to be accompanied with the community. We weren't sitting on our desk and assuming that the communities were able to put together the proposal and send this to us, but the opportunity to engage, prioritize, being in the community and also allowing them to address what was urgent. If they needed this funding, what was urgent in their priorities? What would meet the urgent needs of not only the women, the girls, but would benefit the whole community. So this support mechanism, I feel, given that we have partners from Fiji, Tonga, Kiribati, Vanuatu, there's a lot of learning in the process. There's a lot of challenging on the way, but also there's a lot of learning. We're learning from our national partners. We're learning from our regional partners as well. We're using experiences of the wiser women in the group to see avenues that we can maximize, but at the same time, what are resounding from our younger women in the alliance that we must take on so that they are not left behind in this conversation. So I wanted to focus on how important it is when we are talking about resources. We know that we are financially supporting the kind of mechanism in place to allow women to fully engage or implement their innovation or dreams in the work towards climate justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Fra. As clearly mentioned by Ms. Frana Momo, that the work, it indicates the development of everyone, from community organizations, including faith-based organizations, from ground level to high level, and engaging women in these spaces, especially both young women and young people who are being left out in decision-making processes. This is the time that we should invest in young people and young women to be in the room, in decision-making spaces, so that we are in this together and do the work together, and it could be easier, and also moving forward and not be a standstill in being a gatekeeper in this work. So clearly there's an urgent call in resources and grant in moving the women-led work forward. For us in grassroots communities, this is one of the main challenges in moving the work, the lack of funding, because of at grassroots level, there is no accessible to funding. And also with this Women's Alliance organization and networks, being investing in the work that we do at ground level, this is part of the work that is moving forward and also being invested. On that note, I will invite our second speaker, Rosa. Rosa Moiwen is from West Papua, a West Papuan activist and human rights defender and feminist, and also member of Young Saltwater Pacific, and co-founder and coordinator of Kewita, a learning initiative for women and girls in West Papua. Bulunaka Rosa, you may have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Bulafnaka, everyone, Fika. And also I want to say greetings from West Papua to all friends in Solomon Islands right now who are sitting there, also in Vanuatu and other places as well, in Tonga, Fiji. Greetings from West Papua. Bulongaminke, that's greetings in my father's language, and Koya Abata is greetings in my mother's language. As you know that in West Papua, we have more than 250 tribes. So we have a different language, and we live in a big island. We share the same mama ground, the land with Papua New Guinea. So culturally and ecologically, we have a similarity, but unfortunately, because of the colonial occupation in the past, the European decided to divide us into the, two different parts. But when you see the big island, it's like a beautiful bird of paradise. But unfortunately, right now, the bird of paradise is dying, I guess, because her body is being digging out, taken out, and destroyed by the human activities. So it's a bit sad that many people have to get impact because of these changes, both because of the climate change, but also because of the other activities, environmental destruction, mining exploitation, clearing out the forest land, and that's all create damage of the body of the bird of paradise. So I will start with the basic kind of ideas of how we work on the grassroots level. What is the principles? In West Papua, we have this traditional bag. It's called noken, generally speaking, but each tribe has its own name based on the resources they use to make this. For example, some people in the highland, they will use bark from the tree, but in other parts, like in the coastal area, they will use grass to weave the basket or traditional bag. But basically, we say that noken. And the philosophical meaning of this traditional bag, which is really connected to the life of women, which is we're talking about people's life, humans' life, protecting life, looking after the natural resources, our environment, all come from these ideas of how women play their role as a life protector, as a life giver. Women have responsibility traditionally in our custom to protect our natural resources, protect land, even though in our society, most of us using the patriarchal, patrilinear system, not matrilinear system, but women are the protector, the guardians of the land. And that's why sometimes looking at our society, like the destruction of the land and resources, it's all because of the patriarchy system, that patriarchy thinking that sometimes came into our community because of the influence from outside world as well. So this traditional bag only can make if we have the resources, right? So this is like the bark we use to make this. But unfortunately now it's so difficult to find this because all the forests being cut and replaced by the new plantation, for example, oil palm plantation, corn field, rice field, and even the infrastructure development like road to connect the areas where they have very rich in terms of natural resources. As you know, that West Papua is occupied by Indonesia since 1969. And it means that the way Indonesia's government implementing the development is really to taking the resources and not recognizing the existence of the indigenous people, the people of West Papua, who live there for thousands of years. So the way they implementing the development is destroying all these natural resources, destroying natural resources, taken out from the indigenous people, and women are the most affected one because they have to fight against these big policies from Indonesian government and try to protect their land because that's their moral obligation as a woman in our society. So if we can use kind of illustration, like our life is before is like this complete full bag, and now with the new things came, they try to cut this with the scissors. So they try to destroy our strength and our community's life, not only from the government policy, but also the impact of the interest to occupy the land itself. I can use the word colonialism is exist in this 21st century. And what we have experienced in West Papua is the real time when maybe in other countries it's already past, like the colonialism is in the past. Now many of you are facing the neo-colonialism type, but us at the same time we face the past colonialism, which is occupation, using the military force to destroy people, to create repression, to create fears for the indigenous people. But at the same time, the practice of neo-colonialism also get into our society. So our burden to fight against this colonialism form and types is really doubled. And at the same time, we also fight against our patriarchal systems in our society, patriarchy, not patriarchal, but patriarchy system that create a violence against women and girls in our society. So the way to find a solution is by not just quiet and sitting down and crying about that, but we have to, women especially, have to fight against this situation. And that have been going for quite some times now, that many groups of women organize themselves in a small group, for example, in some areas, and try to deal with the issues. For example, they're facing the big investors and companies came into the area. So women organize that, women educate the group of women in their own village and also in the city, for example, in the universities or in civil society organizations, environment. So people, especially women, try to do something, even it's small. And I want to also highlight what Francis mentioned, that networking is very important. We can't work together. We can't work by ourselves. We need to work together. And just like the principle of this bag, that we have to weave together, find the connection and dot, so then we become more stronger. And that becomes a movement at the moment in West Papua, different groups. For example, church groups, I can say, for example, like women from the Gidi Church, one of the indigenous church in West Papua, also have what they call a circle of storytelling. They use that methods to share knowledge, experience, but also sharing the story of trauma, how they facing the conflict. Because when we talk about the impact of destruction of the environment and violence conflict by using arms, it's really create trauma. And at the same time, West Papuan women also have to deal with the change of the environment, or we can say it's climate change. For example, naturally we have some specific season, but now everything is changed, and it changed their cycle of life. For example, change the way they have to look for food, the way they have to change their gardening methods, the way they have to change their fishing methods, because fishing and gardening is still part of the women's work, even though it's not supposed to be only women's responsibility. But in realities, that's what we are facing here. We need to change the mindset of women, girls, and men as well, that we need to fight against this change, this situation together. So what we are trying to do in a small level, for example, in my organization's Kewita, because it had a learning initiative for women and girls. So we create activities of learning together, learning intergenerational. For example, we learn from our mothers, from our grandmothers, from sisters, the older sisters to the younger sisters, just to learn about something that related to their life. And recently, for example, we talk about menstruation, which is not many people want to talk about that. But when we look at that, it's really impact and touch a lot of things. For example, because of the impact of armed conflict, ongoing armed conflict at the moment, there are about 60,000 internal displaced peoples in West Papua at the moment, and they live in the forest. They live in the neighbor villages without a good shelters. And can you imagine women and girls in their menstruation cycle? They have to deal with this situation, and they don't have something to ensure that their reproductive health will be protected. So try to make people understand that reproductive health is very important for women and girls. And this situation, the government also have no action related to supporting IDPs. So we have to find a way, but we can't reach all of them. So what we are doing is try to teach people about this, especially women and girls, and through the network like the church network. Recently, our friends from the church women, they managed to provide a menstruation pad made from not the fabric, not the, what you call it. So it's a natural menstruation pad, so they can distribute this to women and children, or women and girls in IDP's shelter. So that kind of small things, but when we work as a network, it will connect us to the right place, so then people can be supported. So that's just a small example. Some friends in Merauke, for example, Merauke is one area where they are really affected by oil palm plantation and food mega project. And some of our friends from El Ater, one of the local women organization, started to work with the women in the village, in the forest, to produce segu. Segu is one of the staple food in West Papua. So then people can have resilience to the food, because all the like segu forest being replaced by the oil palm plantation. So women have to defend their land, their forest, and they produce something like food so they can sell it. They produce and they make it more commercial so they can get income more, and they become more resilient. So there are some examples. There are actually a lot of examples, but that's what I want to share. So back to the principles of weaving together, I think this is something that women can do. Not only women, but also other gender binary as well, because they are also part of our community. Even though this issue is not really popular, but our friends, they also exist in our community, and it's part of our community, and we have to work together. And back to the principle of protecting life, so we need to weave our traditional bag in order to protect our life and try to become more strong together. So the reason why I speak this in this regional forum, because West Papua also need your support, your solidarity. Please talk to your government, talk to your church leaders or your leaders. Tell them that human rights situation in West Papua is still worse and even become so bad. And even right now, when I'm speaking here, outside there, students are organizing protests, peaceful demonstration to complain about the human rights situation in West Papua, and they just being arrested at the moment. So after this webinar, I will go and just to check them what happened with them, because many of our human rights defenders also are women. So women actually really active on the front line and on the back line. So everyone's play their role in a different level of society. So I think that's what I want to share. To remember that when you talk about Pacific as a region, you can't forget West Papua, because you can't cut the half of the bird of paradise. Otherwise, you will only have the tail of the bird of paradise in Papua New Guinea and don't have the whole body. So thank you.
Thank you, Rosa. Very good and interesting intervention. As we can hear clearly that Rosa is mentioning about the overusage and carving out of our natural resources and the deforestation, clearly indicating that even ourselves as custodians and being the indigenous and native owners of our own natural resources, we are also contributing to the loss and damage of our natural resources and our ecosystem. The indication of this loss and damage to our natural resources also indicates the loss of our indigenous roots and our identity, especially the women who are keepers of the land. We need to seek and implement solutions that are gender just, putting women and girls and children at the center of every decision-making process, because the women and the children are the mostly affected when we make drastic decisions regarding our own homeland and our own natural resources. So that when we have these side effects of the decision-making that we have, women and children are very badly affected. It affects our body, it affects our mind, our mental health, it affects our environment. Our body are being violated, our human rights are being violated. It affects our sexual and reproductive health and rights, our food security, food sovereignty, our way of living. So this change brought about how many other changes. So we tend to change our lifestyle, change our way of fishing, change our way of doing our everyday work in our own very community and country that we live in. So as part of being part of the regional and Pacific home as a whole, we think of West Papua. In the work that we do, please, we think of West Papua. They also need our support because when we talk about leaving no one behind, it is about action. We should leave no one behind, especially West Papua. On that note, we'll invite our third speaker, which is Tebeo Tampton. Tebeo is the founding member and volunteer advisor for BIMBA. BIMBA works in advocating and amplifying the voices of people with diverse sexual orientation and gender identity expression, particularly gay boys and men, and bisexual and transgender girls and women, against discrimination, stigma, and violence. Tebeo was a fish inspector at the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources Development in Kiribati and is currently working with the College of Marshall Islands as a food technologist researcher. Thank you, Tebeo. You may have the floor.
Maori and Bola, thank you, Vika. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, loud and clear, Tebeo. Tebeo, we can hear you.
Just share my screen. Can you hear me now?
Set, and then we also can see a screen. Thank you.
Okay, so before I start on, I would like to say Kamnaperi Maori, and thank you for having me. I would also like to first and foremost acknowledge the Pacific Sexual and Gender Diversity Network in Fiji that has nominated me to be part of this important event. I would also like to acknowledge the Diva for Equality and other organizing partners. And of course, a special thank you to you, Vika, for this for the wonderful work you've done in organizing this. So I have like 3 slides to show, and I'll just go through that if you can bear with me. So yes, Vika has mentioned or described a little bit about BIMBA. So this is just a slide to further explain a little bit, if that's all right. So BIMBA is an NGO that was established back in 2016 for and by the Filipinine. Filipinine in Kiribati refers to gay boys and men, bisexual boys and men, and of course, transgender girls and women. And we have an office based in Tarawa, but we also have members located in the outer islands. And our membership is about 150. We haven't done a really yet count on that, but that's just an estimate of those that are openly, how do you say, like known or no, known members of the community, not counting those who are still not want to come out. And it ranges, the age range from teenagers to elderly persons that are about 70 years old. So from teenagers to so on. And at the moment, our focus is on advocacy, awareness, and action on health mainly, and human rights violations, especially discrimination, stigma, and violence against us due to our diverse sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression of characteristics. For this program, I have to be honest, our work has been mostly focused on human rights, like what I've mentioned, like discrimination, stigma, not so much on climate justice, even though we're at the forefront of climate change. But this is just a little bit, just a background, if I may, because I'm sure this is also experienced in most of our countries here in the region. So the first one, in terms of impacts, we have like coastal erosion, sea level, loss and damage to lands, food security, water security. There's also a change in weather patterns. You may know that there's a recent droughts in Kiribati or a water crisis earlier this year, but you may be surprised that during that crisis, we have some rains during the drought. So yeah, that's we're actually experiencing that. It's a lived experience for us. And it is more of a concern to us as Plenary Island because of the, like I mentioned before, the discrimination, stigma, violence due to our sexual orientation and gender identity. And this is this is also, how do you say, on the next part of the slide, in terms of our vulnerabilities, we're more vulnerable because first, in terms of family issues, you may know that most, you may not, if you know or may not know that most of us may have been disowned because of coming out to our parents. So some of our members are not living with their parents or immediate families, they're living with other relatives or friends. And that makes it hard for them or difficult to access resources. Our membership, most of our members are school dropouts, and that there was most of them complained about like not being supported by their parents or guardians because of their gender, because of being Filipino or being gay back home when they were kids. And from that also relates to, you know, like there's an increase. Most of us are not employed or don't have the ability to be to make business, but there's we have like 75% of us that are currently working within the public and private sectors. And another important part of our vulnerability is, of course, the abuse and violence, which can affect our level of confidence, our how do you say, yeah, level of confidence, our mental health, our physical health, to name a few. And for Bimba in Kiribati, which I'm sure this may be also some case for some of our neighboring countries in the region. For us, in terms of climate justice, our limitation is the lack of, one is the lack of LGBT-focused data and research. Back in 2016 or 17, there were some researches done mainly for Bimba or focused on Bimba, but it's on health, mainly on health, HIV and AIDS. So it would be great to have like a similar research that focus on climate justice to our members of Bimba and other non-binary, members of the diverse, diverse sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression. Not because we want to be special, but because we have a little bit of most of our members have a unique needs or interests, especially our trans community. Of course, there's also, I mentioned earlier that we have to focus on climate change or climate justice. And because of that, most of us lack the knowledge and capacity to advocate for climate justice. But we do have some experience in advocating for, human rights and health and all that. And the fourth one is we have limited access to finance. Of course, we have zero budget. Most of our activities and projects are funded by donors from the region and our partners from international partners. And on number 5, the lack of recognition. This one, what I'm referring to the transgender girls and women who are not considered. There's no legal recognition of their gender as women. So that, most of their problems are considered as not really women related, but men's or gays and bisexual. And the last one is we have limited engagement involvement in policies that we've done along climate justice in terms of decision making, policy making, and of course the collection of data in some of the researches that have been done. And for us, the way forward is to first we have to we're hoping to have an LGBT focused researches on climate justice, and we're also hoping to make climate justice a center or part of our engagement as an LGBT network in Kiribati. Most of us have a lot of stories to tell, and we want to encourage that, especially documenting them as part of research as well, and to ensure that there's data to back up some of our requests in terms of climate justice or policy making. We also recognize the need to maintain our traditional knowledge, to be resilient, especially in food preservation, agriculture, and fisheries practices. And of course, there's also a need to be engaged locally. So far for BIMPA, we've been involved in some of the, like workshops or like project related works, and some of these climate change with this under the Ministry of Economic Finance and Economic Development. There's also a recent involvement with the International Organization for Migration in regards to climate justice. And there's also another research, like pre-research, and that was done by Millennium Challenge for MCC or Millennium Challenge Corporation that focus also on climate justice, but really want to engage the LGBT community in Kiribati. And of course, there's a need. It will be really helpful to ensure that we maintain our connection in the region and global collaboration, especially with the one of the LGBT regional network, which is the Pacific Sexual and Gender Diversity Network, Diva for Equality, Pacific Feminist Convening Working Group, and other allies and partners in the region. Okay, so I would like to conclude my my presentation with this story. Not really a story, but it's something that happened just earlier this year. We were having this we have this change maker leaders workshop retreat in Kiribati, and one of the participants was from the Office of the President. She was giving this presentation about climate change and disaster risk management, and we were not expecting that out of that meeting, like part of, as a bonus, apart from being trained and sharing that knowledge on climate change and disaster risk management, we were able to get an invitation to be part of the Kiribati National Expert Group. The Kiribati, or the National Expert Group, or the GANIC, is a technical advisory body that focuses on climate change and disaster risk management. It is being organized or managed by the Office of the President, and the members are from the public, private, and NGO sectors that include Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Infrastructure and Sustainable Energy, and other ministries in Kiribati, and NGOs that works closely with climate change and disaster risk management. So that's a good news for us. We were given like another official invitation to be part of that group, and I think this will be a very a baby step for us, but it will build up on our capacity and our opportunity to learn more and be engaged in climate justice work in Kiribati. It will also encourage us to tell our stories, learn more, increase our stakeholder engagement, and be effective in our regional and global collaboration. That's it. That's it. That's all I want to share with you all. And thank you so much for listening and for having me. Naka.
Thank you, Tebeo. A very interesting and insightful storytelling, I could say, that you presented to us this afternoon. So very informative as well. Thinking about the research that is requested to be done by the BIMBA, also the LGBTQ community in Kiribati. Just want to say that in 2019 we have done our the DEWA research as well for LBT. For us, for those that is in the room, we have hard copies here. If we have one, you can come after this session and have copy it. And for those that they also have a link online for our DEWA research. If the DEWA staff could share online the URL to the research. So like West Papua, BIMBA also request and also need our support and assistance. The call for the importance of direct voices being engaged in the room. So no one can tell the story from BIMBA in Kiribati like us, so that we also have to engage them in this kind of spaces, in all the decision-making spaces, have them in the room, and also to have a direct voices from them as well. It will be interesting, and also to highlight the violence, the increasing violence, the discrimination, and the challenges. So already they are facing challenges in the home and the community. So when it comes to climate justice work and being frontline activists in this work, and to be recognized and to be challenged by your diverse sexual orientation, gender identity, your challenges are double and triple in this kind of work. So more awareness and more, even the assistance and also the request in accessing funds to the group in Kiribati is also one of the highlights of the intervention made by Tebeo. On that note, I will call upon the next speaker, Lolive Singer. Lolive is a DEWA grassroots, Nganga grassroots young feminist network, also Women Defend the Commons network member. She has been the focal point for the Nganga grassroots young feminist network from one of the maritime islands outside of Super Fiji, from the northern of Fiji, from Gambia in Taveuni. For the past 3 years and ongoing to the 4th year now, she has worked with young women's issues and has been trying to mainstream grassroots young women representation in the development planning and decision-making implementation agenda at the grassroots level. Lolive, you can have the floor. Lolive, ko mute ko.
Bula binak talamay, babil binak ta kumurun may leo talangan ni sote na simbinak ni kuwa, bikito ngayon kami ito bambulit ko yan, yung sabi maktikito yung simbinak ni kuwa, pag nakikitindong, kiyok simbinak ni kuwa. O madala nga brakalik-lik, kumbulit kito yung kami, tebutek na dito song ko yung kami, nambak rondo lucin kawalu, kakito, tekibula nga, lugi besar kaparam. Setiap besar cikole unadendre bala tambia kan rong bombea kan songo so rong bulan ibeira sengani bakare lekte kitu tosonga menamba rondo rutin kawalu kalau besar mai mai vakan dona buli ena Julai ena bulango kakitu pagru naksar kina pakilevu mami bakar rama teksar kina non rekilana marama non dondolu non space telanga marama mami marutak sarva kelebu, ni mai dak na buli, mila tebe ki mami ke leu sa chikina na biu bulin dole, pati ke na mike ko. Ito babu kina kataka, isa mai bara rama tagi. Tos binak sarchiko na ni mami song na marama goeng kamea, tos chimbo rosung kalima, na marama esa tos chimbo anak kagam sa kamu ko goya na tei boy tei na boy may song tei na tei talang amin bala tei may bul matupal kasi burbur talang nila wiki mami na mo sarang ako takos na COVID-19 kasi ang may nadakadaka mami sa talinga may bukikina na ni may matubupal Bat kena vida na marama erakilati ko na vida dak nilinga karba buli di ke mami kamera teranga kin mami buru-buru na kapu. Kim mami daw sasama kin na lamani poro kisin kau kena tem na lamani poro. Bat kena te talanga na seni kau balik si mata ni seni mata sawa balik ni sa leu sa cuma na ua kasasi vital cuma na yale ni ua. Kima mbabri binaka kina na simblani kuwa mbabri talanga kina bertana tani wai anagono mandangango mata sa chunga bale ni mami wai kima mbabri binaka sar bakalevu diva bertana tani sama ibu kima misar kina bakalevu kima misagan indo mita levi irtal sona songo kima marutaka kima misambuna numi yang gamea balet tembak ni kimi ambak mena tawoni sendren bek na bono ko babri na kina na simnani ko na sarva kalevi
Nakbalevu Lolive, and thank you. Just to translate from what Lolive has said, she's tuning in from Gamea, northern side of Fiji, one of the maritime, the farthest from the second island of Taveuni. So she's, as you can see, her background is one beside the coconut trees. That's where the network really gets as well. So they had to go far inside so that they could get network when we always have a Zoom session of calling and get updates from the women in the island. So she was sharing that around we started around in 2018 with the young women, only a few members. So a majority was have a lot of second-minded or double-minded about the work because of the lack of understanding about the work, and also they're very thankful that from 2018, from the few members that have started, they've grown about 35 to this day, and they also very thankful that are included in the spaces as well. Most of the challenges they face because maybe they are being far from the mainland and also from the city. That's why they're having not accessing to services, not accessing to information. But thanks to Diva for Equality for always engaging them into the spaces and also providing updates back and forth with them every month. And also one of the activities they are doing now is planting pandanus plants and trees for the weaving of mats, and also for their to sell the mats and also do handicraft work during the COVID-19 pandemic, so that they could sell it, and also for their family, and also to send their children to school. A lot of young women issues they also face in the Maritime Islands. One of the two main ones are school dropouts and also teenage pregnancies. So at the moment also one of the things that an activity they've been doing is planting trees on the shoreline for prevention of tidal waves, and also the shortage of water. Thankful to Diva as well for supplying the water tank during the COVID-19 time and also during the cyclone, and so that it could be a standby and backup for their water source, as the only water source in Gamea in Taveuni is from a borehole that most of the times it always get damaged and also get been covered by soil when there's soil erosion. Thank you, Lolive. So on that note, we will go on to our next speaker, Viva Tatawanga. Viva Tatawanga is a focal point for the Nganga Fiji Grassroots Young Families Network, Management Collective member for Diva for Equality, and also a network member for research. Viva Tatawanga is a long-time grassroots feminist, mobilized and organized in Fiji and the Pacific. Thank you, Viva. You may have the floor.
Naka Vika, thank you, Vika, and take your word. Special thanks to Lolive for tuning in from Gamea. If you can imagine that the technical problem we've been facing a few minutes ago, imagine for those that are in maritime areas and really have the passion to join this kind of platform, but don't have the privilege to do so. So thank you, Lolive, for pushing the rock up the mountain to go to up that hill. I've been in that hill, and I tell you, it's not that easy to go up to that area and make sure that you can tune in and be part of this kind of important space. So this afternoon, I will just pick up from where Lolive has left off, which is about right now what we're trying to do to ensure that gender analysis are included in this kind of grassroots community, actually piloting projects that will make sure the discussion that they are speaking from experience. Most of these places, these spaces that we created, as we all know, they are normally male dominated, right? But what we want to share in this space is about gender analysis is not just about a woman's issues, it's about all our issues, right? So it shouldn't take only feminists, only women's human rights defenders to push for gender analysis in this kind of space, because at the end of the day, we are talking about intersectionality. We want to link issues together. So we need to be in solidarity with each other. And picking up from what was mentioned from the few speakers that have spoken earlier, that is about what is resource, accessing resource really is about, right? There is resources. We are always grateful that there are specific resources that is about grassroots work. But the condition and the criteria at times that is set up to access these resources are not grassroots friendly. So regardless if the women groups, regardless if the youth, it's always these small groups that actually get left out, right? And all these funds are actually accessed by NGO or big NGO groups that are actually mainly based in the city area. We need to go out and mobilize as feminists to secure resources for feminist or grassroots focus work, that I'm sure there is also rooms for negotiation and to revisit the criteria and some of the conditions that we set up in accessing this climate finance, these resources. That we're saying that it's about empowering and encouraging grassroots work. And also part of the work that we are trying to do now is how do we really balance, right? Material and the structural work that we're all doing. How are we making sure that the monthly meeting in Gamea are also captured in spaces that are held here in Suva, are held in the regions platform. This kind of space that PCAN has provided for us today, thank you PCAN, and also in the bigger, broader global spaces, which is building up to COP27. How are we as climate change activists, how are we as climate gender climate activities, how are we making sure that these spaces we are building, it's also for these constituencies that are normally left out. We are coming towards COP27, and already I'm sure we are well aware like who will be accessing these spaces, right? And from this morning, I was part of this sessions, South-South family space, just talking about then we need to look at who is missing in this space. Because if we don't have room to open
I think we was being dropped out of the call, maybe due to some internet connection. So we'll go to our last speaker and then we will come back to Viva Tatawanga. So last speaker is Sharon Bagwan Rolls. Sharon Bagwan Rolls is a second generation Pacific Island feminist. She works to progress feminist practice and women's rights using an inclusive peace, development and humanitarian nexus approach to contribute to building peaceful and inclusive communities. Sharon Bagwan Rolls is a long-time Pacific Island feminist speaker. Her name is not new to feminist spaces and activist spaces. So we welcome Sharon to this call this afternoon. Sharon, you may have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vika. And it's just great to be sitting right next to Vika. I just want to say, so it's nice to be not having to join via the virtual space. As I'm listening to everybody, I'm really thinking about how 2022 is, really important in terms of being the year of the feminist nexus. And I say this because coming from a peace, humanitarian, climate change, DRR space of organizing with the Shifting the Power Coalition. And as you've heard earlier from Francis, with the co-creation of the Pacific Island Feminist Alliance for Climate Justice, we're really seeing a progression around us as Pacific Island feminists really claiming the space, the agenda, to really define what does it mean when we talk about movements, what does it mean when we talk about financing, and what does it mean when we talk about organizing, and a willingness for us to learn, unlearn, and to co-create in some of the most difficult spaces, whether it was the young woman, in an island that is not connected at all to the capital city, to our sisters in Papua, and even if you live in Fiji, from one side of the island to another, even on our main island, how do we remain connected? So I just want to start by saying that, because if we're really going to talk about making changes, making sure that there is transformative action that is accountable to our human rights, to our peace and security, we also must be looking at our processes and our ways of organizing to be able to do that. And so far, 2022 has been to some degree a game changer for gender transformative and inclusive disaster risk reduction and resilience. And some of it is as a result of the ongoing work of Pacific Island women who have been championing the issues of climate change, disaster risk reduction, to be part of the UN Commission on the Status of Women. And so that happened this year, CSW 66. Many of us referred to it as the Pacific CSW, because it really did explore new grounds around this nexus of gender, climate, and DRR. And then within that space of us coming together for side events, and even, a high-level meeting that actually, a high-level side event that actually featured Pacific Island women from across the climate justice movement was so incredibly powerful that that first week of CSW, it really actually amplified and demonstrated what we mean when we talk about the nexus. During CSW, we also saw the body of evidence coming from us as Pacific Island women. And this included a research report that the Shifting the Power Coalition and ActionAid Australia collaborated with UNDRR on, really talking about the innovation that Pacific Island women have demonstrated as a result of being on the brunt of climate change and disasters, and how do we ensure that we are being accountable also in our use of appropriate and accessible information communication technology, and that it's not simple enough to talk about the technology, but actually the appropriateness and accessibility of technology, and that when it comes to information around climate services, climate science, and other information, that we're not losing sight of combining our local, our Indigenous, and our traditional knowledge, whether it's in early warning and preparedness, to this whole big conversation around resilience building. And what do women in their communities really mean when they talk about resilience? And how do we make sure that we are amplifying these into these political spaces? Now, all of this was really also timely because while I know a lot of the Pacific Climate Justice Summit focus tends to be around COP, we have to also see the nexus with the other global agendas that are also taking place this year. So I've mentioned CSW, and we can't disregard the fact that this year we also had the Global Platform on Disaster Risk Reduction. And just a few weeks ago, we saw the Asia Pacific Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction as well. This is just as critical because it's also another space where the bureaucracy, the technocrats can take over. And if we're not strong in our voice of bringing that action, the language of inclusion and transformative action into the mainframe, into the main agenda, we just remain on the sidelines of, you know, here are some nice things to watch and listen to. So one of the other gains for this year as a result of the collaboration is seeing the language of CSW being reaffirmed in the past 2 weeks by the Asia Pacific ministers, and it's also seeing the language of gender transformative action also being amplified as well. And once again, it is as a result of the work that has gone on. But we continue to be reminded that all of these challenges brought to us because of the climate injustice, we are continuing to see the widening of inequalities, the undermining of poverty reduction in the region, and the fact that the impact of COVID-19 are just making things worse. So one of the things that we really need to be ensuring collectively in our collective collaboration is the issue of political coherence. Because while we have great commitments at the country level, while we welcome a lot of the key political commitments that we're seeing more and more through our regional intergovernmental processes, if they're not committing to gender equality and women's rights and inclusive peace and security in a political space, then we're going to continue to have this slow uptake on the equality and the transformative action approach. What that means, we all know that leaves women and girls into further vulnerability and exposure. And it also means that, unfortunately, if we're not pushing the feminist nexus approach even more, we continue to also be on the sidelines of where a number of us had to be lobbying a little bit harder in Brisbane. But this is what possible when we are together in those spaces, but we shouldn't have to be doing that. So we also need to be talking about how do we make sure we continue to drive this collective agenda and the common issues. I'm mindful of time. And so one of the things I really want us to really reaffirm is the fact that we are leading as Pacific Island women in the work around a movement-led approach, which is catalyzing changes in so many ways. I just want to, amplify and uplift what Francis talked about earlier in the difference that is made when Pacific Island women themselves are being the decision makers on resourcing, on building on the different weaves of the movement that we are working together. And that is really catalyzing because it's actually empowering Pacific Island women to determine what the resources should be, but how it gets to the communities in a way that is about accompaniment, is in a way that is about what is needed to drive their agenda, that common agenda at the community level. It's enabling women to plan, and it's also about sustainability and succession planning, because when you are also supporting young women to be part of decision-making, and decision-making including learning about things like grant management, learning about things like financial plans and developing action plans, etc. That is really where the money should be in terms of the movement going forward. And I guess one of my words for the year has been coherence. The other word for the year for me, as we get closer to the end of the year, is really about co-creation. We talk a lot about intergenerational collaboration, and I feel sometimes it's considered to be, oh, that's about young women. But if you actually take a step back, it's actually about that intergenerational sitting, listening, learning together, building on that local traditional indigenous knowledge that we have in the Pacific, and that is passed down and passed on, that we need to be embracing and bringing back into our movements and organizing in a way that, is about the future. We let young women determine the future. Our role as older women is to really say, how do we support you? And hey, here are some of the lessons we learned along the way. Naka.
Thank you, Sharon. So a great intervention from one of the feminists who's been there long enough, and also being there in the movement, and also works with the grassroots women and communities here in Fiji and also in the region, and also one of the famous name in the media, and using the platform to also advocate for women empowerment and also grassroots women's work. Connecting the work from the local to global, and also centering the conversation around gender equality, inclusion, and also the importance of indigenous region knowledge, and involving young women and also older women working together. A norm that we hardly see in the past years or olden times, young women and older women in the room. But with the empowerment and also the advocacy, it is now one of the strategy in moving the work forward, including both the young women and men, and older men, and also maybe the whole village in the room and in the community. So I think Viva Tatawang is back in the room. Viva, you can have the floor now. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Sorry, I got dropped out. I was just actually also going towards wrapping up. So maybe just to say, this issue of taking up spaces and being in this kind of a room, I think we all understand, as Pacific climate activists, we understand the urgency, right? The urgency of this work. Hence why everybody's all hands on deck, because we want to make sure that whatever spaces that we are engaging in, the stakeholders, the development agencies, the CSO, the groups, the young people, LGBTQI people, we know the urgency, we know the impact of climate change that it has in our lives, in our homes, in our society, in our communities, hence why we're all coming on board. It's also, that builds up to this thing about representation when we're going into spaces. It's sometimes we think like it should be still a learning space for us to get in and learn. At the same time, we need to think about the urgency, and you need to do some work on your own, right? You cannot be taking up those decision-making spaces and make it about your learning platform when you could have done that earlier with the work that you do on the ground, because the learning comes from the people, the experience that you experience on the ground. So therefore, taking up spaces and thinking that that should be your learning platform would really slow down the changes that we trying to move for, because we know the risk that is happening in our islands, in our villages, right? When we have certain islands that are live day in, day out, having to fight against sea level rising and breaking their homes every day, every time there's a high tide, then we cannot be wasting those kind of opportunity and spaces when we go into negotiate. We need to take those spaces for actions. We need to make sure that when we go in, we are well equipped with all our analysis and making sure that everybody is represented in this platform, in these kind of spaces. So I think that's just something that I really want to flag, and maybe just to close by saying we need to now promote the structure that somebody, one of the speakers mentioned about anti-colonial, right? We need to move the structure that is anti-colonial, intersection, and it's prioritizing the regional realities. If we say, like, we keep detecting from reports that we done 3 years ago or 2 years ago, then we'll keep pushing for, we'll keep saying the same messages. We need to base the analysis now from the realities that we are going through right now, and making sure on that same platform to always acknowledge the work that's already been done by feminists, by human rights defenders, by climate activists, by researchers, by scientists, all the work that's being done prior and the work that it still needs to be pushed on now. Make sure that when we go into this platform, engaging in these kind of spaces, that we are not leaving anyone behind. Thank you, Kado.
Thank you, Viva. That is a very exciting and also one of the main interventions in this session. I don't think so there is any question and also any other comments due to the time and also being of the technical difficulties that we have. We will wrap up now our session. From this session, we would like to acknowledge the grassroots and frontline activists for their work and also creating channels so that we can be heard correctly. We can clearly see that with climate justice work, it involves everyone from grassroots groups, frontline communities, CSOs, faith-based organizations, LGBTIQ communities, sex workers, the Vanua women's group in the maritime, and also all women and people in the Pacific. The experts are already on the ground. We have lived the realities of climate justice and also the climate change, experiencing the loss and damage of our natural resources, the draining away, the damaging of our ecosystem, also our biodiversity. So with all these challenges and everyday fight to be staying alive and also to live in the next 5 to 10 years, we are all taking this work on by ourselves, so that we don't need outside expertise. We have the expertise on the ground, the organizing on the ground, the organizers on the ground, the women who already being said by Rosa are the keepers of the land. So we as women and young people and young women from the Pacific in the region, we are keepers of the land. We are taking this work forward because we know the importance it is to ourselves, to our community, because it is our identity. We all need is the only thing that we need, the more funding that we need, seek assistance, and also the resources, the knowledge that we seek is to finance and also maintain and sustain our ecosystems, our Pacific region, also our islands that are having only enough years, left enough years so that we can also maintain the Pacific region as a whole. So we are not leaving anyone behind. And also, fourth and foremost, our identity, which connects us together, and it is who we are. When we say we're leaving no one behind, we should also practice and also taking that into account that we are surely leaving no one behind. Keeping the 1.5 degrees to stay alive and for all of us to stay alive together as a region. We all should work together so that we could stay alive together. Keeping our identity, our traditional, our indigeneity intact so that we move forward with this work together. From this session, we need to relook and revisit our resources, our services, and information so that we know that it is grassroots friendly. We might not have all the information here in the mainland, and some of our colleagues, some of sisters in the maritime, they're not accessing the same resources as us in the mainland, or only us here in Fiji, and somewhere out in the Pacific, they are not also accessing the same resources as us. So if we say we are being inclusive, we should demonstrate it, be in solidarity with West Papua. We be in solidarity with the group in Kiribati, Bimba, being in solidarity with our sisters and our mothers and the young women in the maritime islands out here in the Pacific. If we say we work for climate justice work, then we must invest in the work. We're working together with experts on the ground, bring them in the room. We see the importance of direct voices in the room because of the lived reality. We need more awareness, we need more funding, and also we also need to be inclusive in this work. If we say we're doing climate justice work, then we should put our money where our mouth is. Thank you, Vinak Bakaleo from Diva for Equality and I and the partners. We thank you for this session, and thank you to the speakers and everyone, the participants who are here physically and those who are tuning online. Thank you very much. Vinak Bakaleo.
Thank you, Vinaka.